Well, welcome everyone. I think we're going to get started. My name is John Cartwright, Chair of the Board of the Council of Canadians. I see people are signing in on the chat. I'm speaking to you today from the traditional territories of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Huron-Wendat, subject to the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Treaty, and most recently Mississaugas of the Credit. Hopefully you've all had a chance to take a look at your agenda. There'll be a number of reports that'll be shared on the screen. We'll also be accommodating people who are phoning in. It is World Refugee Day today. Some of us have been involved in those issues for many years. It's the solstice today as well. And it's Father's Day across this country. So wanted to bring those greetings to everyone. You know, this last year has been an incredibly important year as we've started to understand some realities of our country. I'm going to ask Nita Grass from our board to share a welcome and reflections for everyone on these lines. Nita?
Morning. My name is Nita Grass. I am Latin Codian Chilcogatin and Kaidani. I am currently living on the unceded territory of the Swapemik people, and it is an honor for me to be here. Welcome to the annual 2021 annual meeting. In January of 2020, Mother Earth threw us a curveball. The message was loud and clear. I have given you subsistence time and time again, but you have chosen to work against me. I need a break and some fresh air. And so it was. We could not have imagined beforehand the lifting of the smog in so many cities around the world. We were shown what is possible. Humans had forgotten the simplicity of life. As we were forced to slow down, people realized that there were so many material things that they could do without. We took to the outdoors not only to enjoy the tranquility, but to also build gardens. We found that there was an abundance of goods grown or produced in our neighborhoods. We need to build on that momentum of self-reliance and the struggle for a cleaner environment. The old norm should not be renewed as we emerge from this pandemic. On the other hand, so many inequities came to light. The suffering of the elders in the care homes, the more urgent need for pharmacare due to the rising cost of living. We have seen the rise of hate. Some of the Indigenous people who refused services due to COVID outbreaks within their communities. There were communities without adequate water and crowded living conditions with no room to recover. The Council of Canadian Staff are working on a plan to address the inequities within the organization. It is a pleasure to see the staff's creativity in the techniques used to address racism and equity. I just want to add that we're not asking anyone to step aside in order to accommodate equity-seeking people. I was the first in my family to get a high school degree on a modified adult learning program. Times have changed since then. There are so many highly qualified individuals in the workforce. The Council worked as allies to promote the implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. On June 16th, the Canadian Senate cleared Bill C-15, a proposed federal law setting out a framework to advance the implementation of UNDRIP. The bill was strengthened to reject the racist doctrine of discovery. The doctrine has been used in court cases regarding land since the 1880s, based on a theory that when settlers came, they discovered terra nullius, empty land. In BC, UNDRIP became law on November 28th of 2019. Last week, we had some good news from Alberta, an environmental review committee's decision that the Grassy Mountain mine is not in the public interest. In a province where the Premier has an energy war room, it almost seems impossible. Last but not least, I want to touch on the discovery of the 215 children at the Kamloops Indian Residential School. The numbers will continue to grow. I attended the St. Joseph's Mission later renamed the Caribou Indian Residential School. I was the fourth of my siblings to go and was later followed by 2 younger siblings. The school had burned down earlier and a larger building was built on the same site. There was much talk about the ones who died in the fire, wandering the grounds and the building. I am still afraid of the dark after all of these years. In addition to the schools, there were other institutions as well where people were buried before families were notified. There was an institution in Chilliwack called the Coquilletha Indian Hospital. The graves of those who were buried there were dug up years later to develop the land, and the bodies were moved to a more convenient location. My uncle lies there in an unmarked grave. My mother's dying wish was to have him brought home. While I was searching genealogy records last week, I came across 2 records from September 7th, 1883. 2 individuals in jail in New Westminster, far away from home. The notes read, adult, baptized shortly before his death by execution. They were named James and John, unknown last names. They were not given the dignity to retain their own names in their final hours. When I was 12, my cousin Martin drowned in a lake while on outing with other students. Sorry. His sister Jonah and I fought a lot. When we were lining up to go to the dining hall, 2 by 2, I remember looking back to see where she was. There was no one by her side, so I stepped out of line and went to stand and walk with her. Life is so much easier when you have someone to walk by your side. And that is what I see the Council of Canadians as, many individuals putting aside their differences to walk and support each other and standing in solidarity to build a better world for all people. Sachana, thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Nita Miigwech. For those who have joined us, welcome. All of the material hopefully has been sent out to you. I'm going to ask Christina to walk through the logistics of Zoom for those who may not be familiar with this particular program. Christina?
Good morning, everyone. Welcome, and thank you, Nita, for the leadership you provide here at the Council and for being willing to share so much of your life and your experience with us. We are grateful to you and led by you daily. So my role here is to offer a little bit of introduction to the Zoom technology we'll be using today. I know that over the past while, we've all gotten quite used to being on maybe too many Zoom calls. But I just want to show you some of the pieces that we'll be using to get us through the work we need to do today as a community. So as you hover over your window where you see Zoom, you should see this bar at the bottom of your screen. It has a few important functions. This turns your sound on and off. We ask that you stay unmuted. That allows us to reduce the background noise and the echoing that we hear so often on Zoom. So please do stay muted. We will mute folks who have background noise. With the meeting and gathering this big, we can't allow that that will really interrupt the work we're doing. So please do stay muted, and please do know that we may mute you as well in order to reduce that background. We will not mute speakers who have been called on. This turns your video on and off. Please feel free to use that as you wish. This participants button will be important that we'll go through. The chat allows you to talk with one another. The share screen is disabled for folks who are not co-hosts, just again, so we don't interrupt the screen that way. The recording is there, but you do have to request permission to record if you would like to. We'll go through the reactions button and then of course the leave button. So here's how you can place yourself on the speakers list. Zoom has done some upgrading and a lot of us are in between those upgrades. So we have experienced often that people have 2 different ways, depending on the version of Zoom that you're using, to get onto the speakers list. So I'm going to go through both of those ways. If you have not upgraded your Zoom account recently, this is how you can find a way to put yourself on the speakers list. We will only be taking speakers who raise their hand using the raised hand function on Zoom today. And again, in a meeting this big, it's really the only way we can keep track and keep order. So again, you must raise your hand using the Zoom raised hand function in order to be on the speakers list. If you raise your hand on your video, we will not see that because we only see 3 or 4 people at a time, especially when the screen is being shared. So you must use the raised hand function in order to place yourself on the speakers list. If you are on the phone, joining by phone, you can put yourself on the speakers list by hitting *9. *9 for people on the phone is how you can put yourself on the speakers list. You can also mute and unmute yourself by hitting *6. So *6 for audio, *9 for putting yourself on the speakers list. If you have not updated your Zoom and you are using the Zoom platform now, you're going to want to use the participants tab. When you hit the participants tab, you'll see a panel like this open up to the right side of your screen. So hit the participants tab and you'll see this participants list open to the side. Hit that raised hand button at the bottom left-hand side of your panel, and it will put a raised hand right next to your name like you see next to mine. So with older versions of Zoom, go to the participants panel, use the raised hand icon on the left, and it'll put you on speakers list, and it'll show an order of people who raised their hands. If you have upgraded your Zoom account recently, you're going to go to the reactions button on that toolbar at the bottom. You'll see the raised hand function right there, and that will put you on the speakers list. So for people who have upgraded Zoom recently, you want to go to the reactions, use the raised hand function there, and put yourself on the speakers list. There are other functions in this reactions piece that I want to point out. For any votes that we could not predict before we organized this Zoom in order to use the platform, things like suggesting amendments, testing the House, anything like that that is not predictable beforehand, we will do that by a use of these icons here, the green check mark and the red X. That will be a yes vote, and the red X is a no vote when we're doing things like testing amendments. And then we will pause those, and we will use the raised hand function for folks on the phone, and we will use hand function for folks who wish to abstain. I know it's a little bit cumbersome, but as we're adjusting to the Zoom technology to make sure we're caring for all the different types of votes that we need to take, this really is the best way that we can do it as we accommodate both folks who are joining by Zoom and folks who are joining by phone. Up here at the top, you'll see a number of pieces. This is a clap. This is like an applause. It will not raise your hand and it will not put you on the speakers list. This is kind of encouraging, affirming what someone has said, and feel free to use these icons throughout as you wish, but please know that this little clapping hand function does not put you on the speakers list. It actually kind of seems to signal an affirmation for what folks have on there. So again, use the raise hand function if you want to put yourself on the speakers list. I'm going to be here for a moment and I'm going to do a mock vote just so we can test it. So I'm going to open a poll. I'm going to stop sharing my screen and I'm going to open a poll. Oh, I'm just going to make a note, Jeanette, that I need you to log off. So Jeanette, I'm going to log you off and I'm going to ask you to log out of this account. And I'm going to
no problem.
Yeah, thank you, Jeanette. This is why we test. So Jeanette, as soon as you log off, we can go ahead and move on. Wonderful. So what we'll do when we vote is I will share my screen and you will see a resolution come up on your screen. So as a mock vote, we're going to use this one. We're going to test it to say, be it resolved that Council of Canadians members overwhelmingly support the Montreal Canadiens in winning the Stanley Cup. So I'm going to launch a poll. I apologize. If any staff have logged on using the main account, I need you to log off. If any staff have logged on using another account, any staff account, please go ahead and log off and log back on and we'll let you back in.
Did you say main account or any staff account?
It's likely the main account, but I'm a little bit concerned that it might be any staff account.
Okay.
That's telling me, yeah, thank you.
I'm going to log off and log back on.
Thank you, AJ. Thanks everyone again for waiting with us. Given the number of community members we have about 5 different staff accounts that we balance between others. Maybe what we'll do is we'll keep going and we will do the mock vote before we'll do the agenda as the vote. It's a pretty clear process and it'll be okay as we move forward. I think, John, with your permission, we'll use that agenda vote as a way to do the vote practice. Does that sound okay?
Sure, because
Great.
there could be mixed feelings about the Canadians, perhaps.
That's true. There could be.
So the agenda has been sent out in the package. Hopefully everybody's had a chance to look at it. We go till 5:15 with a couple of breaks. So the motion moved by Joey Hartman, seconded by Morna Valentine, is to adopt the agenda as circulated. Any discussion? Seeing none. Oh, Carol Ferguson, you have your hand up for a question.
No, I'm the bad person right off the start. I thought I was voting. Sorry.
Yeah, so you wait till the vote comes up. Please wait till the vote comes up on screen and then you'll see that. And then we'll go to people who are on the phone, I think, Christina, because you may have to do that. Go ahead. I see a number of 306-665-9157. Is that a question you have or you're thinking you're voting?
Yeah, it's Dave Greenfield in Saskatoon, and I'm on the phone, and I was just wondering how I vote.
Okay, Christina, could you explain that?
I'd requested assistance with voting, so I wasn't sure exactly how that.
Yeah, I'll just ask Christina to clarify that, Dave.
Yeah, thanks, David. Similar to last year, whenever we're asking to vote by phone, while the poll is open for folks who are able to vote via Zoom, we will call for folks to vote by phone. So you will hear me say, if you are on the phone and would like to vote yes, hit *9 now, and that will raise your hand, and we'll go through each of the options for yes, no, and abstain for each of the voting options, and we'll tally those before providing the result to the broader membership.
Okay, so I press *9 whenever that particular option is being given.
That's correct. Yeah.
All right.
Thanks, David.
Good. Are you going to put the vote up now, Christina?
We are still doing a little bit of troubleshooting on our end. So I am going to go ahead and ask people to use the green check mark or the red X mark. So if you would like to vote to approve the agenda, please use the green check mark. If you do not want to approve the agenda, please use the red X mark. If you are voting by phone and you would like to approve the agenda, please hit *9 now. And if you are on the phone and you would like to approve the agenda, please hit *9 now.
Christine, I'm sorry because I thought that I understood what you were doing before, but now I can't find the green check mark.
Sure.
Can I
No
go
worry,
to...
Catherine. Yeah, if you're having that issue, a bunch of us are. So if you look down on the bottom of your toolbar and you see the reactions button.
Yes.
Click on reactions. Do you see it there?
No, it's not there.
Okay.
Just
Go
the
ahead and
hands
click
up,
on.
etc.
Yeah, click on the participants tab.
I thought I did, yes. And then
on the bottom left-hand side of that, or at the bottom of that panel, do you see the green check mark or the red X?
no. And I did a few minutes ago, I thought.
Yeah.
Do I hit
good.
participants?
You can. I guess, Catherine, what I'll do is I'm going to ask a staff person to support you in this, to work with you, particularly in the chat box, and that way we can move forward. Is that okay? Great.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So if you are on the phone and you would like to not approve the agenda, please hit *9 now. Okay. If you would like to abstain, either on the phone or with Zoom folks, please hit *9 now. Okay. So we have 51 votes in favor of approving the agenda, which passes and moves us forward. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Next, we have the motion to adopt the rules of conduct for the annual membership meeting, and that's essentially the same as last year, but it's also been circulated. And that's moved by Navjeet and seconded by Morna. Is there any discussion on that? Seeing none, then we'll go to the vote on the rules of conduct. Christina?
Thanks. So I'm going to clear the feedback. If you would like to vote yes to approve the rules of order and conduct, please use the green check mark. If you would like no, not to approve the rules of order and conduct, please use the red X mark. If you are on the phone and you would like to approve the rules of order and conduct, please hit *9 now. So again, by the phone, if you would like to approve the rules of order and conduct, please hit *9 now.
Catherine Anderson, please use the chat function to communicate with me. On the bottom of your screen, you'll see a little chat bubble. And if you click on that, a chat box will open up. Thanks.
If you are on the phone and you would like to not approve the rules of order and conduct, please hit *9 now. If you would like to abstain for any purpose, if you are on the Zoom call or if you are by phone, please use the raised hand function or hit *9 now. Okay, we have 53 votes in favor and none opposed, so the rules of order and conduct will pass.
Great, thank you. The next motion is to adopt the minutes of the previous meeting in June 2020, and those minutes were circulated. So first I'll ask if there's any errors or omissions in those minutes. I see Jim Elliott has your hand up. I'm not sure if you're voting or you're raising an issue. Jim?
Yes, I attended last year's AGM and my name isn't on the list of attendees.
Okay, we'll double check that and add that. Any other errors or omissions? Seeing none, then we'll vote on the minutes as amended with Jim's attendance there. So please indicate, Christina.
Thanks, everyone. So go ahead and use the green check mark if you would like to approve the minutes with Jim's amendment. Please use the red X box if you X cross if you would like to not approve the minutes as amended. If you are on the phone and you would like to approve the minutes, please hit *9 now. Thank you. If you are on the phone and you would like not to approve the minutes, please hit *9 now. If you would like to abstain either through Zoom or by phone, please use the raised hand function or hit *9 now. So I see 6 abstentions. Thank you for that. We have 6 abstentions and 45 in approve, none voting against the minutes as amended, so they pass as amended. Thank you.
Thank you all. We're going to the next item on the agenda, which is my report as the chair. I think all of us understand that this last year has been incredibly tough. As Nita had mentioned, the needless deaths in long-term care, the horrific impact on frontline workers all across this country, and particularly in the larger cities, the dramatic differential of impact based on neighborhoods that are poor, racialized, Indigenous people. This has been a really tough year that has laid bare so many of the inequalities which we've understood, but many people have perhaps not been aware of. And then only an explosion of anger over the murder of George Floyd in broad daylight. But we've also understood that anti-Black racism has deep roots within our country. And in my city of Toronto, time after time after time, nooses were found on construction sites. sending a horrific message of hate to Black construction workers. And we just saw how the politics of hate, partly coming from south of the border, but also sadly existing in every one of our communities, had been given permission to come out. We were so pleased that Donald Trump was finally defeated as the president. But the storming of the US Capitol and the continued rule of right-wing demagogues in India with Modi, in the Philippines with Duterte, in Brazil, Bolsonaro, and other places is a reminder that this pendulum is not coming back easily. And then just a few days ago in my hometown of London, Ontario, the horrific murder of 3 generations of a Canadian family of Muslim faith that were just out walking on a Sunday evening in their neighborhood. Yumna Afzal, Madiha Salman, Talat Afzal, Salman Afzal. We thought the murders in the Quebec mosque was once in a lifetime, and clearly it's not. Friends, when we think about those 215 and others, when we think about the victims who've died with COVID or from COVID, when we think about the family in London, I'd ask you to join me in 1 minute's silence as we reflect. Thank you. So it is a time of reckoning. It's a time of reckoning about that legacy of colonialism, of the reality of systemic racism in our world, in our institutions of all kinds. And the fact that the statues are coming down. John A. Macdonald, Egerton Ryerson, others, that people are really trying to go back and understand what is it we want to celebrate about Canada. Across the world, you know, there's a huge debate happening of all of humankind. After COVID, will we have a just recovery, or will we see far greater inequalities in income, in race, in status? There's something like 80 million refugees in the world today that are not able to be in their actual homes. And our council needs to be part of that conversation. And within every aspect of our council, we need to examine these things. And we need to think about what it is that we want to build for a better world. Just thinking about in the larger cities in Canada, the cost of housing is now soared far above the affordability of anybody. Rentals are out of reach for many more people, and people are being evicted. And there's a new understanding of what the gig economy actually means. The gig economy, for those of you who look at history at all, is taking us back a century, when men would line up at the docks to be chosen for a day's work and the rest sent home, when women would be given pieces of garment to take to their homes while they were looking after their children, and so in piecework. And it threatens to dramatically destabilize all of our society. We look at the record of our response to COVID and our response to this, and we understand one thing, that those conservative premiers who were on the front of Maclean's magazine a couple of years ago as the opposition, they have all failed. They've failed Canadians, they've failed the people of their provinces. Some of them have undertaken dramatic cuts to healthcare before COVID came in. Doug Ford himself was going to take $1 billion out of just the City of Toronto public health budget. Whether it's supporting residents in long-term care, whether it's protecting frontline workers, whether it's ensuring that our schools are safe for students and education workers, they have failed time and time again. And in some cases, you know, their esteem has gone down in the eyes of their own residents and voters. But we need to make sure that they cannot rise from the position when vaccines come back, and that they are clearly painted as being leaders who do not deserve the support of anybody in their provinces or their communities. The federal government started out boldly. We were able to see, because it's a minority government, that the federal government invested billions and billions of dollars into a social safety net. Billions of dollars that not just months before that, all of the elites, all of the think tanks, all of the mainstream economists says, oh no, we can't find that money, that kind of money. We can't find that kind of money for a national pharmacare program. We can't find that kind of money to dramatically move to low carbon. It's impossible. But suddenly, COVID has made those things possible. But as we know, in the cut and thrust of politics, we were promised, Justin Trudeau in 2019 promised the first priority of his government would be a national pharmacare plan. But the lobbyists went to work, not just the lobbyists of Big Pharma, but the lobbyists of the insurance industry, because they take a cut of every single prescription that happens in this country through employer run programs. And they were working hard behind the scenes to make sure that a national pharmacare program did not come together. We saw a long-term care commitment around embracing long-term care as part of the Canada Health Act and perspective, and they backed away from that. And as a construction worker and somebody who's been deeply involved in the issue of what happens to working people in high-emitting industries, whether it's coal or oil or gas or steel, we were counting on this government to bring together a Just Transition Act to put legal teeth into the finding of the Just Transition task force that went across the country. No such thing on the order paper. So we know that when they come to Canadians this fall saying vote for us because the alternatives are worse, they have a lot to account for. But we know it's just not a matter of a blame game. This is a matter of how we reach out into our communities, how the Council of Canadians engages our own activists and members and chapters, and how we work in alliance with others to put the correct issues on the agenda during this federal election. You know, Alberta flushed $1.3 billion down the toilet when they invested in the Keystone. But Trudeau has spent $4.5 billion on the failing Trans Mountain pipeline, and still seems, in spite of all the rhetoric about meeting our Paris commitments, determined to ship that diluted bitumen from the oil sands, the tar sands, to Asia. And those are ongoing issues they must be held to account for. Because while we have been focusing on COVID, the climate emergency has continued to worsen. But here's the good news. When we keep fighting and we organize, we can win. And I want to say, and I know we'll hear about it a number of times today, that the victory in Alberta, that our chapters and our activists and our staff have been involved in with allies, is remarkable, shutting down the Grassy Mountain open pit mines that were going to happen in the Rockies. That the ongoing determination of Indigenous people to oppose a Keystone has meant and given permission for Biden to cancel the Keystone. That in London, Ontario, we were able to win a Blue Communities resolution from the City Council in London, Ontario. And although it's not always directly related to mass action, the BC Supreme Court ruling on Dr. Brian Day's challenge in public health care was a huge victory. And I note yesterday somebody talking about the Supreme Court, and one of those judges say, you know, we do read the news. even though we're looking at legal precedent, we also understand what is the tenor of what society is saying. And so our continued action and continued involvement in these kinds of issues is crucial. And I just want to say congratulations to all of the chapters and activists and staff who've been involved in these struggles, whether we've won them yet or whether we're just continuing to persist. But we're going to have a big challenge when the COVID money stops. You may see that the more right-wing forces are building a narrative about we have to shrink government again, that there must be austerity, that we're going to have to privatize in order to get out of the huge fiscal crisis with the tens of billions of dollars of deficit, whether it's federal or provincial, and the impact on cities of COVID, and particularly on transit and shelter costs, is going to be remarkable. So we know that there will be big battles coming up around that. We also see that the terrain is changing. Many of you will have noted that the LEAP has now closed, that Avi Lewis has decided to move to a different phase. He's going to be running in the federal election. But the LEAP, which was a major voice and influence around the issues of green, is closed. And so one of the conversations that we're having in the board and staff is, what is our role now working with others around Green New Deal work? And how do we ensure that that same passion and commitment is there around a future green economy? We've seen some real solid leadership. The Postal Workers Union, Delivering Community Power, one of the best transition programs seen, that imagines in every city and town in Canada, the local post office not only being community banking, but also a center for electric vehicle charging, for food security, for generation, the largest single fleet in this country. Canada Post have been completely changed over to electric, and a continued commitment, which they are now negotiating with Canada Post around a joint labor management process to move to low carbon. What a contrast with what Amazon is doing with these horrific fulfillment centers where people are working cheek to jowl, huge COVID outbreaks, people working in poverty wages. We know that with the shutting down of Greyhound and all of the intercity bus networks, this is a crisis for poor people. This is a huge concern of people in small towns and in Native communities, that there's no intercity bus service anymore. And that should be replaced with a mass publicly owned and operated system. And then we are also called on to imagine a Canada that is actually based on truth and reconciliation, that is grounded in the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People. And Art Manuel's book, Unsettling Canada, can provide to some of us a real framework for understanding what the opportunities are to have a different kind of Canada. So when we come to this federal election, we're going to have key issues that as the Council of Canadians we want to be raising. And that's all up to us to figure out how we're going to move that forward. I want to turn internally. This has been a tough year for the Council of Canadians. With the COVID impact, with some of the financial problems that we had been through in these last number of years, a year ago, we were looking at a major financial problem for the Council of Canadians, that we may not actually have been able to have reserves if things had gone the way that they were seeming to go. But a number of things happened. Our staff stepped up and volunteered to become part of the EI program, where they went to work on a 4-day salary, and the 5th day was topped up by employment insurance. And I want to thank them for that deeply, because they weren't just working 4 days, they were still working and getting the job done for our council. We had a lot of staff changes. Many people who've been with our council for many, many years have stepped away and are no longer with this council. And we want to thank them for the work that they did, in some cases for decades, for the Council of Canadians. And a couple are leaving in this next near future. We want to thank them for that. Molly is still on long-term leave, on medical leave. And we have confirmed that Ravi and Christina are co-EDs of our council. And I have to say that their leadership has been remarkable as we've moved through these very difficult times. Our chapters task force has completed its work, and it was really important work led by rank and file local activists, chapter activists, to come up with things that were crucial that we heard back from the activists to complete the engagement of our council. And a number of those recommendations have already been implemented in this annual meeting and the process, and you'll hear more about that in the report of the executive directors. We have a number of board members that are stepping down, and I want to acknowledge and thank them. Ron East, for regional rep from Ontario, Lynn Armstrong, regional rep from British Columbia, Lila Malik from Toronto, Justine DeJager from Ottawa, and Morna Ballantyne from Ottawa. And Morna, for those of you who don't know, has not only been the treasurer during these last difficult times, but she's also the leader of the National Child Care Coalition. And she's been in those rooms with the national government right now, the federal government, negotiating what it will look like to have, for the first time in our history, a national child care program. And Morna, I want to wish you the best of luck as you move into that and you get that incredibly important work done. You know, we've been around for 36 years as one of the largest and most influential civil society organizations based in communities across Canada. There are other groups that have very particular focus on anti-poverty, on housing, on peace, on refugees, on migrant workers, on many, many other issues. But to have 150,000 supporters is quite something. Our critical goal in this next period of time is to reach out to a newer generation of activists with the same basic value that many of us got involved in the 1980s on this journey as the Council of Canadians. That's we are here for people and for the planet and for democracy. That's our value proposition to millions of Canadians. And we need to ensure we have the tools and the ability to invite people in this common journey. Now, you'll see behind me a note that mentions 150. The Labour Council that I come out of is celebrating 150 years in 2021. And what that represents is generation after generations of people who came together to make tough decisions about what they wanted to build, who challenged authority and challenged power, and sometimes came up against impossible odds and won remarkable things that all Canadians take for granted today: public health care, pensions, social safety nets, laws around work and dignity. And yes, even paid maternity leave was one on the picket line on August 12, 1981 by postal workers, an 80% male workforce that then, through other strike action and bargaining, were able to win it along with popular movements as a guaranteed right for all Canadians. One of the people that's been important in that journey and in my own journey is a Jamaican Canadian trade unionist called Bromley Armstrong. My Labour Council names an award after him every year for human rights leadership. And Bromley passed a couple of years ago, but the Joint Labour Committee on Human Rights went and challenged systemic racism everywhere it existed, in workplaces, in hotels, in apartments, in accommodation. They went to Dresden, Ontario, part of the underground, the end of the Underground Railway. 20% of the population were Black, and restaurants and barbershops would not serve Black customers. And they were responsible for winning some of the first human rights legislation in North America because of that intentionality. I know our job as an organization is to be intentional about thinking about the kind of Canada we're building together, the kind of values that we are unpacking as we move forward. So I want to thank all of you again for being with us today, for the work you do in your communities, in national organizations, in local efforts. Bromley Armstrong, when he was given an honorary doctorate at York University, looked upon the sea of those young people and said, if you choose to take your skills and your knowledge to become an agent of change, the rewards will be beyond measure. And my friends, I think when we reflect on our own experiences in these years working with the Council of Canadians and working in our communities and working with others, the rewards have been beyond measure. I want to thank you all for being here, and again, for what you have done up to now and what we'll be doing together in these coming months. Thanks very much. And now I'm going to call on the executive directors to give their report, and then there will be time for questions and answers on the ED report, because they're talking about the detailed work of what we've done across this country as a Council of Canadians. So I'll turn it over to Christine and Ravi.
Hello, everyone. Can everyone hear me and see the slide? You should see a bright blue slide on your screen. Okay, great. So I'm going to get us started today, and we have just a few minutes marked off for this. We took guidance from people's feedback last year that we gave just the right amount of information. So we're going to try to keep it to a similar amount of time, and we will have time for questions and answers at the end. So my name is Ravi Joshi. As John mentioned, I am the co-executive director with Christina Warner, and I'm also wear the hat of the Director of Communications for the Council. And this is my second year working here. I remember the AMM from 2019 was one of my first assignments here. So to start off, we're going to discuss some internal changes that we've been working on before Christina is able to walk us through some of our political impacts. So we're going to be focused internally just to start off over the last year. One of the key things here as we respond to COVID, which we knew about by this time last year, is that we've used it as an opportunity to really lean into the modernization of the council. And so a lot of that has been shifting fully to a distributed team as we needed to close the Ottawa office. We've also strengthened our online work across the organization with countless planning meetings with chapters and monthly webinars and other training events. And we've also completed some long overdue upgrades to our technology and online tools, which became serendipitously necessary to adapt to COVID, but they were underway prior to it. And as well, we've been using this period of time to also just strengthen our practices of consulting with allies across the sector for best practices on how to run an organization, how we can improve our systems. So that's going to be increasingly part of our work. Last September, we also, as many of you will know, kind of renewed our story and our message. We relaunched our logo and our look and our feel.
Ravi, I just want to pause you for just a second. The slide deck isn't moving forward.
I will, hopefully you can see that.
That's working. Thank you. Sorry.
Thanks so much. That happened in practice too. Sorry about that. So in September, we completed a year-long project, which engaged the staff, the board, the chapters in a process, as well as working with Media Style. And the launch was successful, with the balance of the feedback being largely positive. The change has signaled an important message about the renewal of the council, and that was witnessed in the end-of-year fundraising at the end of last year. This process has also helped with our response to Canadian Perspectives, our print publication that has gone out yearly. And we believe that growth will continue. And we believe that people are coming to us who are taking a second look at the council as a result. The segue, of course, is to our membership. As you know, last year we launched our new membership program. Many of you are, actually all of you are under this membership category. It is the only one. And our current membership is about 3,975 people. That's up from about 2,200 people last year at the time of the AMM. So there's growth there. The pie chart gives you a sense as to how the membership breaks down per region. These numbers are approximate. And we're seeing continuous growth as more people sign on as donors and check off that little box and say, yes, I want to receive governance updates. That's something that is going to continue to grow as we continue. We've also worked to implement the chapter task force with a wide range, and this was as a result of a wide-ranging chapter-led consultation with the chapter base to identify and make recommendations on supporting the chapters through their work. Since 2019, the organization has been invested in collectively updating our policies and practice to shape the organization. And stemming from the Good Governance Task Force, this chapter task force came to the forefront to specifically to identify changes needed for this chapter base. And I want to recognize Carol Ferguson, Marilyn Keddy from the Atlantic region, Tara Sucharon, Meg Borthwick, Robert Wild, Trish Coxedge, my colleague Christina, who put in a lot of time and energy into that, who formed the chapter task force. And there were 13 recommendations, all supported by the board of directors and passed at a special membership meeting in February. The chapter task force continues to receive updates on the progress related to the recommendations, and they are also encouraged to, and they also encourage and support the ongoing work. A June update, 2020 update was shared with our chapters via our internal organized list. So we continue to work on the chapter task force policies, which is a good segue to the online community. We have struck a working group, sort of de facto chapter members, Trish Coxedge, Meg Borthwick, Peter Loney, and on our staff, Pam Woolrich has been helping, as well as others providing feedback. We've identified a social benefit company. They're in the early stages of launching an online platform that will help to serve our organization. They work a lot with climate and social movements. This platform will seek to replace Organize This, which is in desperate need of needing to be replaced, which seems to be the consensus. And this will critically provide a two-way place for people to organize and assemble across our organization, and hopefully cut down on the need for emails to inundate your inbox. But we aim to have this project completed by the end of 2021 with a beta period so that you all can test it out and help us to iron out the kinks prior to that launch. We've also want to make note of our efforts to dismantle systemic racism. In August of 2020, our board passed a motion directing the council to tackle systemic racism. We are planning for a dedicated effort in the second half of 2021 beyond. But within that time, we have also worked with the bargaining unit to pilot new recruitment and hiring policies aimed at eliminating barriers and interrupting bias for equity-seeking candidates. We also want to recognize the work of our board and staff in responding to the recent news of Indigenous children being found at the Kamloops Indian Residential School and subsequently across the country. We also played a supporting role in responding to the violence in Mi'kma'ki earlier this year, and we added a critical component to the national conversations to tackle the corporate capture component of that. So that has been a really important standout piece for us as well. We also have our chapters, our board, and our staff who have helped to shape our response to the murder in London, Ontario, which John made mention to. And the Prairies and Northwest Territory region and chapters participated in a 5-session anti-racism training rooted in that region's particular context. I think all of this is really important, and all of these recent moments have been moments where we have to listen and build our relationships, but it's through these little pieces of work along the way that I think really give our cause some meaning. And so I think we just want to emphasize that while we can remark with certain moments, our recognition of these things, it's really the work that's going to drive our response to systemic racism and colonialism and anti-Black racism in particular, we need to mark. So within that, I want to just, as John mentioned, we've had some turnover in our team, and we've used the last year to really strengthen our relationship within our team. I just want to name some of our staff departures in particular: Sujata Day, who is our trade campaigner; Jan Malik, who is our communications officer for publications; Chelsea Fluke and Victoria Marshall, also within the communications team. Jamian Logue has served at the council for a remarkable 20 years, 10 years as our director of development. We want to thank him. He's now working as the executive director of a nonprofit in Ottawa, and we really applaud and thank him. Mohammed Amano was our IT officer, and Kathy Cloutier was our administration officer. So we want to thank them all for their service to the council. We will also be saying goodbye to Meera Karunanthanan, who will be ending at the end of June, ending her 15 years at the council and providing some unique leadership to the Blue Planet Project. So we want to celebrate and thank Meera as well. And we've had some people come in. So we have Donya Ziai and Eagle Claw Tom, who have joined our communications team, as well as Natasha Brubaker, who has helped with our recent victory in Alberta on the coal issue. We are also thrilled to announce that within the coming months, we'll be able to add to our team a Director of Development and Membership Services, as well as our trade and privatization campaigner. We're also welcoming back Daniela Carpio from extended leave, and V. Bowie, who's coming back from parental leave. And just to note that Mark Calzavara is now our water campaigner and V is our organizer, so they've switched. So just a heartfelt thank, to echo John's heartfelt thank of our staff, especially those who have departed and those who are coming in who are already hitting the ground running. I'm going to hand it over to Christina to cover the next chapter of this presentation. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Ravi. You can go on, move to the next slide. Got it. I want to go back again to the work of the chapter task force and to the work that the chapters do within the Council of Canadians and in Canada more broadly. The chapter task force did a lot of work to consult over this past year to work alongside chapters. So we collectively ran 4 or 5 different large meetings to consult with chapters in a charrette style work so that we could make decisions together about changes that the organization needed to make in relationship to chapters and to support chapters. And this has been really important work to center who chapters are and to talk about how in the future we make structural changes to ensure that their organizing work continues to be politically impactful. And this is an example why. The chapters take on countless actions over the past year. They run campaigns that they commit to over the long run, and they are also able to respond quickly in their own local communities. And because of that combination, it's difficult to really state exactly how much work is being generated at the chapter base. But they turn out to actions and speak before their city councils. They build partnerships and local coalitions that might not otherwise exist or be strengthened. They serve as sources of reliable political information and analysis for their communities, and have often over the decades been a home for that. In our current world moment, where we see the ongoing risk of political polarization towards anti-democratic processes and power, local progressive communities and organizing in Canada will serve as a bulwark against that movement. Progressive movement and giving space to people to find a meaningful political way to engage with what they're concerned about in their communities that moves us toward with the shared vision will continue to resist that polarization in Canada. And by chapters being present, speaking out, reaching out to neighbors, speaking to their political representatives, they are invaluable in this moment. And I'll be able to describe a little bit about how they've contributed to the ongoing work and strength in the organization as I go on. But I wanted to just talk about where they play a role within the council, but also within Canada as a whole, and say thank you. So our climate justice work is focused a lot on mobilizing the political will and action that we need to ensure that Canada takes the bold climate action we need to address climate change as it's upon us. We know that it's going to take a lot to end climate change, but we know those answers. What the council does and what chapters do is bring the political will and make space for politicians to take those bold steps we know are needed. So we continue to look for political answers that address specifically the way that the climate crisis, social inequality, and economic inequality are intertwined. And the Green New Deal framework really gave us that lens and that opportunity. And we work within that to talk about how climate crisis and how our social and economic worlds need to be changed collectively. When we pull on one, we impact the other. So we've been investing in local leadership through the Green New Deal community work, through chapters and non-chapter partners. Groups across the country, including ourselves, chapters across the country and here at the national office have been working on stopping LNG as a perceived viable alternative as some sort of clean oil. This specifically looks like stopping Alton Gas Project in Nova Scotia and working alongside grassroots grandmothers to do that work. Robin Tress leads that work a lot for our organization. And Angela and Robin in the Atlantic have also done a lot with chapters to stop the government from granting Paraday a $1 billion request to build LNG infrastructure in Nova Scotia. Again, looking at the disastrous impact that that would have, but also looking at the impact at local Indigenous communities that grassroots grandmothers there are again raising up. We've met with MPs and called MPs, including with staff in Freeland's office recently, and are stopping that. And BC chapters as well are also looking at what LNG infrastructure looks like in their province also. Recently, we've also been pushing for the net zero legislation within Parliament to be improved, and doing analysis around what that net zero legislation does or does not get us, and how much more we need to do in order to keep working on climate change. And I'll delve a little bit more into some of those campaigns more, but I'll move on to trade and privatization. So as you know, and as Ravi's mentioned, we're in the midst of hiring our new trade and privatization campaigner. That'll allow us to continue playing a leadership role on trade and advocacy in the future. But in the recent years, we've been shifting our trade work to look at the impact on COVID and global relationships. We've helped successfully remove investor state dispute settlement pieces from the free trade agreements between the US and Canada. And this means that corporations can't sue governments as often for loss of profit because of work that governments are doing. During COVID, this is even more important and pronounced as governments institute policies that close businesses and restrict typical activities, which reduces profit so that we can reduce the spread of the virus. And of course, we don't want to see ISDS provisions being used to exploit that moment. In addition to this, we've joined a global push to remove intellectual property restrictions on the vaccines so that vaccine technology can be and production can increase and be more equitably distributed across the globe. I also want to note that a number of chapters have been working on this on their own right. In absence of a trade campaigner, we've seen a lot of leadership from chapters, including the Winnipeg chapter and the Northumberland chapter, and a number of other chapters who are working on this on their own. In addition, on privatization, our climate and social justice campaigner, Dylan Pinner, deputed about the impact of the Canadian Infrastructure Bank before the House of Commons Standing Committee on Transport and Infrastructure Communities. He presented research and described the reasons why the Canadian government should not rely on public-private partnerships to manage Canadian infrastructure, and that the CIB should not be used in this manner, looking at the way that we protect our public institutions from privatization and from being split up like puzzle pieces and moved across. On the public healthcare front, we've been again looking at the role of profit and national regulations within the long-term care crisis. The petition that we launched on our website has over 25,000 unique signatures at this point, and we've met with MPs, including Patty Haidu's office, and we continue to work closely with the Canadian Health Coalition as well as the provincial and territorial coalitions to end for-profit care and to make sure there are national enforceable standards for long-term care. And I just want to say that we heard from hundreds of members like yourselves across the country when you responded to us and when we asked for your experiences and your family's experiences with for-profit care. And the stories that you offered us really motivated the work that we're doing around long-term care to maintain that fight and to maintain our push to make sure that people have equitable and universal care throughout all stages of life. And also to say that workers within long-term care homes and home care, both resident patients and workers in home care, are treated equitably with good work. Our chapters across the country also continue to work closely with their provincial and territorial health coalitions. So we have a lot of strong relationships with public health care partners here in Canada as well. As just one example, Lynn Grist, the co-chair of the Guelph chapter, shared her expertise with the Guelph City Council on these issues about a year ago as well. In addition, I want to mention that the Northumberland chapter has done a lot of leading the way for nominating the Cuban medical team for the 2021 Nobel Peace Prize, along with our national organization, due to that group's ongoing commitment to truly universal healthcare across the globe. And we're really looking forward to hearing what the committee's decision might be this year. Our water work continues to grow as well. National office and chapters across the country contributed to consultation around the creation of the Canada Water Agency. London, Ontario became a blue community after a decade-long fight and resistance from that local city council. So congratulations to London, Ontario, as well as 3 communities in Quebec guided by our partner Eau Secours, a community in Germany, and Brescia College as well has become a blue community. Hundreds of children across the country submitted World Water Day droplets to call on Trudeau to fulfill his promise to end the water crisis that still exists for First Nations communities. particularly because of colonial displacement and major infrastructure processes that have happened without caring for their water sources. And over the past year, of course, Nestle sold off their water assets in Canada, which was a huge shift in how we consider water privatization. That had a particular impact around Wellington County in Ontario, as well as some areas in BC. But we know that Blue Triton, another corporation, did purchase those assets and is already trying to privatize that for those freshwater sources in Ontario, even now that we're in drought conditions. So we're still keeping an eye on what water bottling looks like. And I'll also give a shout out to the Powell River chapter that successfully got their community to agree and commit not to bottle any of the fresh water in their writing. So that's incredibly exciting too. Ravi's spoken a little bit about the successes in Alberta. Chris Krasuski and Natasha Brubaker are organizers in that area for the council and working alongside the Edmonton, Calgary, Medicine Hat, and a number of other Alberta chapters to work that forward. On our national team, Donia Zai, Pam Woolridge, and Audra Williams also did a lot of work to make sure that that we were providing our part in working on coal, and we did. Council chapters and staff have organized with neighbors and partners to stop those 8 coal mines, and the recent news around successfully stopping Grassy Mountain, both within the province of Alberta and the federal jurisdiction, has been astounding and really exciting. Together, they pressured politicians, mobilized hundreds of volunteers. They launched a massive lawn sign campaign, which you can see at albertabeyondcoal.ca. And they called and texted people across the province and really pushed this forward alongside Indigenous partners, alongside the Alberta Environmental Network and CPAWS in Alberta, the Livingston Landowners, so across a long time, building a broad-based coalition. So congratulations to the folks who were pushing hard to make that happen over the last few months. Our Green New Deal communities work is where we organize local communities to identify and win municipal and regional policies that address these intertwined crises. We're working with about 16 communities that are designing campaigns locally, both chapters and non-chapters. They're working on issues ranging from transforming manufacturing to supporting public city and intercity transit. There's now a national network of working on public and intercity transit because of the Council of Canadians and the work that we're doing with the Amalgamated Transit Union. And that's really exciting given how many cuts have happened specifically to intercity transit, as well as the cuts that are happening to public transit in cities because of COVID, but also because of privatization. A number of chapters specifically are looking at agroecology and how we transform our food systems to be more just as well. If you would like to be a part of the Green New Deal communities work, you can check out our website and get in touch with our climate and social justice organizers. So a little bit about the future and what you can expect when you join us again in the next while. We're going to keep building on the council's existing work to identify our organization's needs in relation to anti-racism and equity. This will include shaping a contract and entering into a contract with an external expert on some of these topics to help our organization do the work we know we need to identify barriers within our organization towards Indigenous, Black, and people of color who are part of our communities, and to remove those barriers. We are joining the ranks of organizations that have done this important work as movements led by people of color and Indigenous individuals and Black individuals have made it so clear that all of us need to do this work within our own organizations. So we'll build on the long work that staff have done as well to continue that within a broader contract. We know that this is a big call, that we need to do this at every level of the organization. So our coming work is to identify how we take this massive call of doing this work with the board, with staff, with chapters, and with members, and we make it something that's doable. So what are the phases we need? What are the steps we need to take, and how do we prioritize it to make sure that we are doing our work and planning it out and dedicating resources to it so that we can be a community that lifts up and celebrates all of the members who are with us. I am very, very excited to say that we have stabilized our budgets following a 10-year decline of revenue. That's been a huge, huge effort that we've all contributed to. So we need to continue to build our reach into the public and make sure that we're growing our base. In order to do that, we know that we need to place an even greater emphasis on the resources in growing that base and reaching new audiences and political reach. And this will happen as we continue to build on the work that you've heard about and talking about the moments that John has described so well for our organization, to make sure that we're supporting you, our chapters, and our members to build that out in particular. So I'll hand it back to Ravi or to John in order to to talk more. So we just want to say thank you. Thank you for walking through this year with us, for encouraging us, for all of what you've just put in the chat box. That's been exciting, and for the work that you've done. Clearly, we wouldn't be able to do this without you. So a sincere thank you.
Great, thank you both. And you can see, friends, what great leadership we have with the co-EDs working together, and with the staff that are coming in, in operationalizing the things that we have identified as an organization to do that. So we have a bit of time for either questions or comments on the report, because after the break, we'll go into the treasurer's report and then the resolutions. But this is a time, if you have questions or thoughts about what you've heard in the ED's report, to put your hand up and chime in or ask a question. And I'm watching for the participant list, which is where I see hands going up. Ian Pinot. Ian?
Yeah, just a quick, for clarity, Ravi, when you're talking about addressing systemic racism, were you speaking specifically to inside the organization and sort of looking at ourselves, or were you talking more about campaigns and assisting in other places and working around the concept of systemic racism with other governmental organizations, et cetera?
I thank you for the question. I think that the answer is intrinsically both. I think that in order to do one, we must authentically address the other. And I can say that we've been working from the guidance of the board's resolution last August, which does spell out specific reforms or the need for specific reforms within our organization, hiring just being one of potentially many. But we also have known that this will affect the way we choose to campaign and the areas of campaign work we need to focus on. As racialization is a lens that we can apply across the board, it also means we might choose specific areas of campaign work that address Indigenous, anti-Indigenous racism or anti-Black racism as well. I think those are questions that the concerted effort we'll put behind an anti-racism work group will help to resolve and answer over the coming months.
Thank you. Yeah, it's often, it seems to me it's often, we talk about systemic racism, but we often talk about it in terms of other organizations or other entities. So we often, and it's systemic and unconscious bias and not seen because we don't look at ourselves.
Yeah, thanks for that, Ian. That's a very important point. And I might say one of the elements of that is, in London, Ontario, our chapter has had deep relations with a number of communities, including different Muslim communities there, and we're able to reach out immediately after the tragedy. One of the things, we will, coming out of this annual meeting, we may come back and ask whether it's individuals or chapters to reach out to Muslim communities, where you live, leaders or others, and start a conversation and a respectful listening. But in a time of crisis, people will always remember when somebody comes to say, I'm here to stand beside you. And those are some of the things that actually are important steps to how we build the future, but learn about ourselves as well. Next, I have Al Burchard. Al?
Hi, thank you. I'm in Saskatchewan, and I'd like to invite the council to have a closer look at an issue that's happening in Saskatchewan right now. The council's kind of started and focused on water in a very large way. And in Saskatchewan right now, we have Lake Diefenbaker irrigation expansion project that is going ahead at a cost of about $4 billion. It's going to be spread across provincial and federal money. And actually by the date of completion, it's probably going to exceed that by 3 or 4 times. This is a huge expenditure. It's supposed to be aimed at drought proofing our province and our country and our agricultural production. It mystifies me and many others how using water to drought proof makes any sense at all. And there are many aspects of this project that do not make sense. There are many organizations, including the National Farmers Union, that have taken a position against this irrigation expansion project. And I would encourage, as I say, the council to have a closer look at this and see if they can form some alliances with some of the organizations in and outside of Saskatchewan that are concerned with this question. I would hope that we could all work together to perhaps take a more sensible approach to this huge government expenditure.
Okay, thanks, Al. Christina, is there anything you wanted to comment in relation to that?
Yeah, Al, we haven't met, but I just wanted to check and see if you were involved in any of the Saskatchewan chapters that are present. We've got a chapter in Saskatoon and in Regina, and I wondered if you were in touch with any of them. And if not, I would love to put you in touch with one of those chapters to talk more about what you just described.
Yes, I've had some involvement with the chapters in Regina. I'm aware of Jim Elliott's work. Hi, Jim. And I would very much like to make contact with people within Saskatchewan, but what I'm trying to get across the idea that Council of Canadians has reached far beyond provincial boundaries, and I would like to see them take a position as a national organization about this project.
Okay. Yeah, we can follow up with that for sure. I have Avril Torrance next. Avril? Avril?
Take a moment to unmute, John. Thanks. I just have a question about something that may seem a little premature, and that is a post-COVID type of organization. I have really, I think, benefited so much from meeting people across the country who probably in pre-COVID times I might never have met. I've met them virtually, obviously. And I just wonder if there has been any discussion on the board or among the staff in the both face-to-face and virtual realities that will come to pass once we are able, in fact, to actually meet one another in person.
Ravi or Christina, do you want to, we haven't had an active conversation on the board, but there might be something that on the communication side people are thinking about.
Yeah, it's a fair pulse check that we haven't necessarily gone full steam into planning for post-COVID, because I think we're still kind of at a human level still immersed in parts of it. So I apologize if this isn't a complete answer. I think we've reconciled with both the benefits of online organizing and its drawbacks, and it's allowed us to parse when those moments where, like today, where there are plenty of people who are able to access a meeting like this because without having the need to travel, but also how desperate people are to do organizing face-to-face and meet people, and the value of human connection in political organizing. So it looks like some of our processes will be permanently transformed in adopting more online organizing, but you know, the need for other potential face-to-face has not been erased from our minds. And I think we will have to reconcile how we manifest that throughout our regions. I'll note that also the climate impacts of people traveling less is one of the benefits of the online world that was raised prior to COVID. And just to name that, it's a tremendous advantage for us to still not drop the pace of organizing to try and accommodate those factors. But certainly, I think we're all very hungry to see each other in a three-dimensional and non-pixelated world. So the point is very well taken.
Great. I think we got time for two more questions or comments. George Hewison, followed by Barbara Berger. George.
Well, just how pleased I am that the staff is a different generation. You can see by me, I represent a different demographic, white male and gray hair, and certainly have difficulties handling an iPhone, let alone, but it seems to me that, and I went through the resolutions and they're all fantastic and went through the town hall. But I think moving forward, the one nice thing about growing old is you get to see that I think we're living in a time of a tectonic shift in terms of people's consciousness in our country. If you just think about what some of the things he reported, 2 years ago, imagine if somebody had ripped down a statue of John A. Macdonald or Egerton Ryerson, the founder of modern education in Canada and Upper Canada, and it would have been considered an act of vandalism. And now they're renaming the university. And that's happening all across Canada because there's a consciousness change happening. If you look at the attack on London and Muslims and the hatred, and the attack on a mosque, and you see the change from after 9/11, the hysteria, and what happened in the aftermath of that, where we developed the Fourth Crusade. And then we look at an event in Prince Rupert last week, where a group of picketers picketed an Israeli ship and prevented it from unloading because the unionized workers there refused to unload, and they forced it to not unload. And that's happening. That couldn't happen in my days in the labor movement to raise anything of any criticism of Israel. That was unthinkable. And yet the Canadian Labour Congress this last week developed a resolution on Palestine, on the people. Finally, they're being recognized. That's a tectonic shift. Now, I see there's a problem politically because the two people on the left, progressive kind of anti-corporate parties, are in absolute chaos right now. The Green Party, I don't have to tell you what's going on there. You all know that. But in British Columbia, we have probably the most progressive government in Canada, but it's arrested elders. I bet they wish they could have undone that episode. They had to fight over Fairy Creek over the logging of the last stand of virgin timber. I bet they wish they could have undone that. So there's a political vacuum, in my opinion. I mean, John has raised it, the question of the Conservatives. They're the government of 1921, if not 1821. The Liberals are trying to figure out where they're at. I mean, there's a lot of really good people in the Liberal Party, but there's a political vacuum in the country to take the whole process forward. And it's not just this struggle with that. And I've never seen a mass explosion of activists in the environmental, the anti-poverty coming out of this pandemic. There are literally hundreds of organizations, if not thousands of activists. So I'm just wondering if there's a way in this discussion to think about bringing together all of in a Parliament of Canada, of all of the real Parliament of Canada, to bring all these things together. The Council of Canadians is the natural home to help initiate this, just like they did in the fight against free trade that Maud Barlow and Bob White led back in the 70s and 80s. It seems to me that that's the kind of thing that we need to bring all those resolutions together, bring all the activists together, and to actually fill a political vacuum that right now we need to overcome.
Thanks, George. And I will say that we actually did convene last year a number of tables with national organizations. The council did, from the Canadian Labour Congress through the CANRAC and organizations in Quebec and elsewhere, and anti-racist organizations, to have a conversation about just recovery and what that would mean. And
John, you
Sorry,
accidentally
John,
muted.
I've just been muted.
yeah, sorry, that CANRAC that has convened around, in this next year, can we have a huge summit on what does transition and a low carbon economy that means we can live in this world, what will that actually mean? So there have been some moves in this way, and I think you're right by identifying the opportunities that are in front of us. And then the question is, do we have the resources and the capacity to play that kind of role while also still working at the grassroots level and the local level? The last question is going to be Barbara Berger, and then we're going to have our break. Barbara?
Yes, hi. I guess my question is simple in regards to how we can affect a good outcome for this election that's coming in the fall. Because playing on the climate issue and having read Seth Klein's book and so forth, I keep thinking, how can my little community, my town, really do anything in the face of the climate crisis and, you know, implementing the Green New Deal. It's going to take a huge amount of pressure, and it's going to, we have to raise awareness on a huge scale, I think, regarding what people understand and the way they need to vote, because it really does take a government. We have no option really. And so I'm all kind of in a quandary about how to best deal with this. Yeah. I mean, how can we as the Council of Canadians organize ourselves to bring this recognition of the issues, you know, in light of a pending election?
And I think that's something that the incoming board will be thinking about, you know, looking at not only the resolutions that we passed today, the ongoing work, but that particular issue of the election. You know, the old expression is all politics is local. Every member of parliament is elected from local communities. And my partner is a full-time city councillor. I know she looks at neighborhood by neighborhood by neighborhood to think about, are people fussing up in that neighborhood, and what does she have to do to respond, you know, to those residents raising issues. And members of parliament do exactly the same thing. So, you know, we often say that when we're involved in struggle, there's three elements of being powerful. One is to have a strategic plan that lays out, based on balance of forces, what your role is going to be. Secondly is engagement of people and members, because all the plan in the world with staff or you know, the leadership isn't powerful enough unless there's an army of people underneath it. And the third piece is an alliance policy. Who are your allies? Not just coalition partners on a you know, passing moment, but long-time allies that trust you and you trust them. You can sit in the rooms and really say, this is how we can leverage each other's strength and capacity to have an influence in the outcome. So it'll be certainly you know, right on our plate when the board comes together again, actually next week, to start thinking about, you know, what's the stage we set for this summer, and what do we look like, and what's our role around the federal election. But thanks for that question, Barbara. So we've now come to break time, and there was somebody had pointed out that there was a small mistake in the agenda as sent out. We magically both had a break and had a treasurer's report at the same time. Because we're across the country in different time zones, some people are going to have a lunch or a coffee or a tea or whatever they need, you know, we'll have a 15-minute break now, and we'll come back in 15 minutes, whatever your time zone is, for the treasurer's report, the auditors, and then we start resolutions. We've tried to give as much time as we can for the resolutions so we can have good, healthy debate about those resolutions. So don't log off, please. Just take some time and give yourself a break, and we'll see you back in 15 minutes. Thanks a lot.
As in previous years, our auditors made a qualifying note in their covering letter to the membership. And this qualifying note explains that the membership and contribution revenue, which is reported in the statements, is not possible to verify in the usual way the auditors verify revenue. There's nothing unusual about this qualifying note, because I said we've received and seen the same note in previous audited statements. In fact, it has appeared in every audited statement that I've seen over the years. And it's also the same kind of qualifying note that appears in the audited financial statements of other not-for-profit organizations that depend on voluntary donations and contributions. My treasurer's report to this meeting, like last year, is going to focus on two financial statements. And the first one is the statement of the Council of Canadians' financial position as at December 31st, 2020, which is actually set out, as you can see, in a way that allows us to compare our situation at the end of December 2020 with where we were at the end of December 2019. So this first statement sets out our financial position with respect to our assets, our liabilities, and our net assets, which sometimes are referred to as our reserves. At the very bottom of the statement, you can see that taking into account all of our assets and liabilities, we're in a positive position in the amount of just over $1 million. You can also see that the net assets, so that would be sometimes referred to as our reserves, at the end of December 2020 were $96,291 less than our net assets at the end of 2019. The difference is explained by our 2020 operational deficit. And that deficit is explained in more detail in the statement of operations for the year ended December 31st, 2020. So these are the statements, the third set of statements in the package that was online. So maybe we can turn to that statement now. The heading of that statement, in case you're following it in your own documents rather than the one online, is Statement of Operations for the year ended December 31st, 2020. So as we all know, the pandemic outbreak in Canada in March of 2020 had a major impact on our operations, and that's evident from this statement. So let's look at the operating revenue first. As you can see, memberships and contributions dipped in 2020 by just under $56,000. And while we always hope to increase this line item each year, it's actually truly amazing that the drop in revenue in 2020 was not much worse. And I think that this fact that it was that we were managed to maintain such strong contributions despite the pandemic really reflects the historic strength of our organization, the commitment of our supporters, but also it's a reflection of the fact that despite all the obstacles, all of you, our members and activists, and also the staff, continued to carry on the work of the council, led successful campaigns, and we've heard about those just now from Ravi and Christina and also from John. All that work increased the visibility of the Council of Canadians, which of course encouraged financial donations to keep coming in. You'll note in the reporting of our operating revenue also that there is a big jump upwards in revenue that's reported under other income. So in 2019, our other income was $21,549. In 2020, we see much higher other income at $119,111. What this big jump reflects is the revenue that we received from the federal government's special pandemic wage subsidy program, known in its abbreviation as CEWS. So we applied for and we qualified to receive money from CEWS, and that's reflected in these statements. You'll also note under the revenue category, a significant drop in revenue from bequests. So we received in 2020 in bequests, sorry, my notes are wrong, so now I have to quickly switch. $95,454 as legacy donations in 2020, compared with $594,190 in 2019. So of course, revenue from bequests is rarely predictable and it fluctuates. And I'm going to make some further comments about this at the end of my report. The bottom line is that our overall revenue in 2020 was about $500,000 less in 2020 than in 2019. But this is largely because we did receive less money in the form of bequests. On the operating side, expense side, you'll note that our costs in 2020 were lower than in 2019. And again, this differential can be largely explained by the impact of COVID on our operations. We reduced costs significantly by not traveling through the pandemic, relying instead on virtual meetings and communication. Despite the lower costs, though, we are showing a deficit for 2020 of $96,291. I want to point out, though, that this deficit would have been much greater if we had not been as successful as we were in maintaining membership donations and contributions. And also, the deficit would be much bigger had we not received support through the federal government's pandemic relief programs. So I've already mentioned CEWS, which is the wage subsidy program that the federal government put into place after the outbreak. But as has already been mentioned by John in his report, we also drew on EI-funded work, the EI-funded work reduction program. And as John said, what happened is that all of our staff moved to a 4-day work week, saving our organization very large payroll costs. The staff then received EI benefits to make up some of their salary loss. This was not something that either the board or the staff wanted to do, but we all realized that it was a financial necessity. Any reduction in working hours and pay poses personal, family, work, and organizational challenges. We know that. But that this happened during a pandemic was especially hard. And I want to extend, as has already been done, our deepest appreciation on behalf of all of you and the board to every staff member for the sacrifices that you made. I want to conclude my report with a few remarks about the council's financial future. In 2019, the board identified the need to pay attention to longer-term financial planning and to start building healthier financial reserves. The pandemic was actually a reminder of how we have to be prepared for unexpected events and circumstances that are sometimes far beyond our control and that have a big impact on our financial and therefore on our operations and our effectiveness as an organization. In 2020, the board developed a 3-year financial plan, the first time that we've looked ahead and thought, where do we need to be over the next 3 years financially? We also established a finance committee to grapple with the best way to try to strengthen our financial security. And last week, our finance committee brought several recommendations to the board, which were adopted. I want to just speak briefly to some of them. One of the recommendations concerns how we budget anticipated revenue from bequests. So up until now, when the board sets its annual budget, we project money from bequests based on the information we have at the time, and then we allocate this anticipated income to our operating budget. However, we found over the years that bequest money is less predictable, of course, than other revenue. We can never actually be sure that the money we think is going to come in the form of legacy donations is actually going to make it into our bank account when we projected it to arrive. And sometimes it's less than what we've budgeted and sometimes more. And of course, I've already said the bequest revenues, and as we've seen when we look at the 2019 financial statements in comparison to the 2020, we see that bequest revenue can fluctuate by significant amounts from year to year. So in accordance with the Finance Committee's recommendation, what the board has agreed to is that in future years, our operating budget is not going to assume revenue from bequests. And instead, any money that comes to us in the form of bequests in a given financial year is going to be allocated by the board at the end of that year and the start of the next fiscal year, so that we know exactly what money we're dealing with, and then the board can make decisions with respect to how that money should be spent. Another Finance Committee recommendation, which also was agreed to by the board, concerns known unfunded liabilities that the council is now carrying. So to explain this, employees of the council are entitled to a negotiated severance pay provision of 2 weeks pay for every year of service worked. However, we as an organization have not been putting money aside to cover fully this liability. What the board agreed with the Finance Committee is that this has to be done going forward, and that we also have to build sufficient reserves to cover our accumulated liability that we've accumulated over time, which is significant. And to this end, the board has agreed that if at the end of any fiscal year in the future, that we're in a surplus position, The board will allocate the surplus on a priority basis to building our reserves. First, to cover our known unfunded liability to the staff, and secondly, to increase our net assets so as to build up a thicker, more comfortable cushion to absorb unexpected expenses or shortfalls in revenue in the future. So John, that's my treasurer's report. Since this is the end of my term as treasurer and also on the board, I just want to give special recognition and thanks to the really incredible support that I've been given by the directors, the finance committee, and the board. And I want to give a really special shout out to Mina, who excels in her job as finance director. I move receipt of my report, and I think that Nav is going to second it. And of course, I'll be happy to answer any questions. And I also know that Nina, Ravi, and Christina and others will come to my rescue if I can't answer the questions that you have or the concerns that you might raise. Thank you.
Thanks, Morna. So that you moved the report, Navjit Sidhu has seconded the report. Is there any questions on this report? Catherine Lindsay? Catherine?
Yes, sorry, just
Go ahead.
unmuting and starting video.
Yep.
It seems, I'm also chair of a not-for-profit up here in the Ottawa Valley. So, you know, we deal with these kinds of issues constantly. And it has been a difficult couple of years. It does seem a bit odd, though, that given you have the liability for staff and severance, that it would be strictly from surplus. It seems to me that other budget items maybe need to be considered to be reduced to actually start on that liability.
Morna, do you want to answer that?
Yes, thanks, Catherine, for that question. You raised an important point. We're recommending, and the board, the incoming board, will take action in two areas. One is that we're going to start funding this liability on an ongoing basis. So just as you've suggested, we're going to start putting money aside so that we don't add to the liability already. It's not really on the books. That's the problem. And we are going to start building up sufficient reserves to be able to cover off the unfunded liability that we have accumulated, which is significant. Mina can correct me, but I think it's more than $800,000, so it's significant. Now, keep in mind that we would only have to pay that out, that amount of money, or try to find the money if we shut down completely and all, you know, had to sever all staff. It's not likely to happen. However, it could happen. I mean, we did see the LEAP just close down. They didn't have a large staff. We have a much larger staff and a staff with a lot more service, so our liability is greater. So we do think it's a risk. The auditors have pointed out that it's a risk and it's something that we should take care of. So if we put the surplus that we hope to have over the next number of years at the year end towards, or at least part of it, towards building up the reserves, that will help cover off that underfunded liability. But you're right, and starting now on an ongoing basis, we will be adjusting, or I referred to the 3-year plan for the future. We're going to be adjusting that to make sure that that liability is funded on an ongoing basis. I hope that answers the question. It's a really important one that you raised.
Well, presumably it's that you're going to look at reducing that liability as well as using the surplus to accelerate that.
Exactly.
Thanks for the answer.
Okay, and Robert Wild has put up in chat about the implications for operations given the current. And I think, Morna, you could explain that we've got a 3-year projection of a balanced budget.
That's right. Yes, the board in 2019 had said that it wants to move each year to a balanced budget. We had actually projected for 2020 a much larger deficit than we've ended up incurring. And, you know, I've explained in my report the reasons why, that in fact, membership contributions, donations did not go down as much as we originally thought that they might. And also our operational costs, we kept them below what was budgeted. But yes, the plan moving forward is to have a balanced budget.
Okay. I don't see any other questions at this point, so we're going to move to the vote on the receiving the treasurer's report. And Christina, can you explain to people how we're doing that at this point in time?
Yeah, so I will go ahead and share the poll in just one moment. I'll open the poll, and then by voice, I will call for votes from the phone. Votes from the phone will come the same way that I did this morning. I will give a countdown for closing the poll, and then we will tally them together. And our staff person, Pam Woodward, would then share the results of the poll. So I'm going to open the poll for resolution 2021-4, which reads, be it resolved that the Council of Canadians members receive the 2021 Treasurer Report. I'm now launching the polling. For those who are on the phone and would like to vote to receive the Treasurer's Report, please hit *9 now.
Christina, just pointing out that David Greenfield has his hand raised.
Thanks, AJ. David Greenfield is voting by phone, so he has raised his hand to vote yes. We will only accept raised hands at this moment from people voting from the phone. I'm going to go ahead and clear the results. We have one person voting yes from the phone. If you are on the phone and you would like not to receive the Treasurer's Report, to vote no, please hit *9 now. If you are on the phone and you would like to abstain from this vote, please hit *9 now to raise your hand. Okay. And I will close polling in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and I will share the results. So with 73 voting yes and one person from the phone, the report is received.
Now we have a motion by Morna to approve the auditor and seconded by Navjeet.
Yes, and thanks, John. It's on the screen. Be it resolved that the Council of Canadian members appoint, I think it's Ousley, maybe it's Ousley. Bob Ages would be able to correct me on this one. Hanvi Clipsam Deep as the auditor for 2021-2022.
Okay, and I think we can go directly to the vote on that.
I'm going to launch the polling. Folks from computer can go ahead and vote. If you would like to vote by phone to approve this resolution, please hit *9 now.
And I'm just going to ask Justine to get ready to start presenting the resolutions committee report while we're waiting for the results.
We have one vote from the phone in favor. If you are on the phone and you would like to oppose this resolution, not to approve these auditors, please hit *9 now. If you are on the phone and you would like to abstain, please hit *9 now. We'll close polling in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'll end polling and share the results. 76 in favor plus one vote from the phone. The resolution passes.
Thanks, Morna, and thanks again for being the treasurer through this difficult time. Now we're moving to the resolutions committee, and Justine De Jager will be providing the report. And Justine, I think maybe you'll just walk people through a little bit of the process that we undertook, which is our first time in doing some of those elements around the resolutions. Justine De Jager.
Absolutely. Thanks, John. So hi, everyone. My name is Justine De Jager. I am chair of the Resolutions Committee. I do want to first off thank the other members of the Resolutions Committee. So Leo Chevry, Dee Dee Sly, Corinne Benson, and David Condon for their work on this committee. Yeah, so as John mentioned, we have retooled our resolutions process this year, coming out of a recommendation from the chapter task force. So I also want to extend thanks to the chapter task force for making recommendations around shifting our process. The most notable changes of which are, one is that we are doing a democratic process for ranking resolutions. So you would have received an email with a prioritization process detailed, such that resolutions are prioritized according to members' wishes. And second was the hosting of a resolutions town hall, just to provide more time and space to discuss resolutions outside of just the AMM, particularly with a more condensed virtual AMM. We thought this might be beneficial. There will, of course, be, I'm sure, recommendations out of this year's process, as it was the first time we'd been trying this new way of doing things. Very open to that. And yeah, grateful to all the work again of the committee and of the staff who supported it. So the way this afternoon's resolutions section will proceed, we will deal with the policy resolutions, then the action resolutions, then the campaigns resolutions in the order in which they were prioritized. I will read the be it resolved clauses of the resolution we're dealing with at the time, which are the actionable clauses of a resolution. I will then seek a seconder for the resolution. We will then go to a motivation. So we'll go to one of the movers of the resolution to provide a short motivation as to why they submitted the resolution and why they feel it's important. And then we'll move on to points of discussion. So as per the rules of order that we all adopted earlier today, we are going to entertain 3 speakers in favor for any resolution and 3 speakers against. Unless I receive a motion to extend that speakers list, we will then proceed to a vote. This is not in any kind of effort to kind of reduce debate. It is in an effort, though, to try to get to as many resolutions as possible today, given our condensed period. So if you feel like the 3 in favor, 3 against was not sufficient to be able to make a decision on a resolution, you may motion to extend the speakers list, but otherwise we will proceed to a vote. All interventions are capped to 3 minutes. So each individual speaker will have up to 3 minutes to share any intervention, be that an amendment, a point in favor, a point against, or a motivation. Again, you know, we are just trying to get through as many resolutions and as many speakers as possible today. So that's why that's there as well. And with that, I think we're ready to move on to the first resolution. So let us do that. So the first policy resolution we'll be considering today is a policy regarding, it's being shared, there we go, thank you. A policy regarding public funding and government support for next generation nuclear reactors, including small modular nuclear reactors or SMRs. And it reads, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of Canadians oppose all public funding and government support for next generation nuclear reactors, including SMRs, and instead support investment in clean, sustainable, renewable energy, efficiency, and storage. Be it further resolved that the Council of Canadians work with grassroots organizations to pressure governments to cease all public funding and government support for next generation nuclear reactors and instead invest in renewable energy, efficiency, and storage. That is moved by the St. John chapter and the Fredericton chapter. Do we have a seconder for the resolution? I'll just need a raised hand. Okay, I see that's seconded by JC Blockus. And we'll now move on to motivation. So can I get one of the movers of the resolution to speak to this? So either from the St. John chapter or the Fredericton chapter. I believe Gail Wiley is speaking on behalf of those groups. Go ahead, Gail.
Okay, this is on opposing public funding and government support for small modular nuclear reactors and 4th generation. The Canadian and New Brunswick governments are supporting this nuclear expansion and have already committed $100 million, that's to date, and there's lots more to come, to develop small modular nuclear reactors called SMRs. Captured by the nuclear industry, both the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission and the Federal Ministry of Natural Resources are staffed and influenced by ex-nuclear industry employees who magnify the constant intensive industry lobbying of the government. Both the federal and New Brunswick governments have dismissed or ignored letters, petitions, and independent scientific reports that point out the problems of proposed reactor development, especially in detracting from urgent climate action. Neither has addressed resolutions by the Chiefs of Ontario, the Assembly of First Nations, and the Wolastoq Grand Council, New Brunswick, to stop SMR development and end the production, storage, and transport of radioactive waste on Indigenous territories. The government's fast and inadequate consultation on reviewing Canada's 1980 radioactive waste policy, rushing to get a revised draft by fall, also appears motivated to make an appearance of having modernized the approach to nuclear waste before criticism of adding the small and modular waste to it. And that's addressed in the last resolution in the list today. By funding nuclear development, our governments are diverting funds away from renewable energy efficiency and storage technologies and abrogating their responsibility to regulate the industry and protect the public. Our New Brunswick Coalition for Responsible Energy Development has spent the last 15 months in intensive study and analysis with expert input on all aspects of proposed reactor development, including its radioactive waste. This has convinced us that SMRs would be too dangerous, too polluting, too expensive, too great a threat to nuclear proliferation, and too late to help us avoid the worst impacts of climate emergency. Instead of public funds were committed to renewables and energy efficiency and storage, these cheaper, safer, mature, and readily available technologies could start reducing greenhouse gas emissions from electricity generation in 1 or 2 years. In the face of this crisis, the Council of Canadian Policies and Actions are essential to igniting the public to demand an end to government funding and support for SMRs.
Okay, thanks very much. We'll now move to any points of discussion on the resolution. And I see Ann Pohl's hand up. Go ahead.
Hi, thanks. 2 years ago, I moved to 55 kilometers from the beating heart of the transnational nuclear industry in Canada. This corporate center is in Chalk River, Ontario, in the Kitchissippi-Ottawa River Valley, which has already endured so much poison from this industry. Since moving here, I've been doing deep education on Canada's piles of radioactive waste and the industry's nuclear power development issues. It's clear that SMRs are an extremely risky proposition, both a financial boondoggle for the Canadian taxpayer because there is no SMR, a small modular reactor, which should actually say small nuclear modular reactor, but they want to leave the word nuclear out so that it doesn't sound so scary. So it's a boondoggle for the taxpayers because there is no SMNR model that operates properly anywhere in the world today. And the risks inherent in each of the experimental models currently being proposed are horrendous, according to our allies in Nuclear Waste Watch, who have been following stuff like this for decades, and they really know their stuff. The risks are huge and very worrisome, especially when it comes to the new forms of nuclear waste products that these models would likely produce, and that science has no workable plan to deal with this waste, including that it will produce excess weapons-grade plutonium, and a lot of other nastier stuff, because it seems that when you hit that one of those radioactive isotopes in a new and experimental way, you may produce more new and experimental radioactive isotopes that you don't know how to deal with. Okay, I'm having a little struggle with the words here, but if anyone wants to get better informed, I actually know what I'm talking about because I've been following these guys for 6 months now, absorbing it all. I'm almost like at the graduate level on citizen activism around nuclear waste and stuff. And I can send you all kinds of links, so just get in touch. The SMRs are industry's dream to build their profits. without any regard for planetary health or for coming generations. And it's a delight to be able to support this motion.
Thanks very much. We'll go to Al Burchard.
Thank you. Here in Saskatchewan, the Saskatchewan government, the Sask Party, has signed on to endorsing the SMRs too. And there's an implied message there that because Saskatchewan has such abundant uranium resources that they're actually going to get a boost to the Saskatchewan economy. Of course, this is not true. And it's, as I say, it's an implied message. I'm anxious that the Council of Canadians get onto this and make it public that SMRs are not a source of economic benefit to anybody that's involved in the uranium mining industry. So along with all the other disinformation that's out there about SMRs and how impractical and unfeasible they really are, I think this is another item that we really need to, by endorsing this resolution and by making it public, and along with all the attendant knowledge that is missing, I think we need to take a much more proactive stance on supplying information to on this subject. Thank you.
Thank you. Marilyn Hay. You need to unmute Marilyn, I believe.
Basically, I just want to quickly also endorse these nuclear initiatives.
We are having a hard time hearing you, Marilyn. Sorry.
Just another reminder that folks need to mute if you're not speaking, even if you're just not speaking for a minute or two. We need you to mute so this doesn't happen. Thanks.
Okay, I think I'm finally unmuted, and I'm very sorry for the delay. I just want to also heartily endorse the nuclear resolutions to block the mini reactors and to carry on. As Anne has said, we have no idea what to do with the corporate or the waste. And plus, one of the things we all learned through the extensive consultations with NRCan is that this is a massive case of corporate capture. They seem to be shocked often in terms of what they were hearing from citizen activists and scientists about what was going on in this industry. One of the things that strikes me is the current industry has polluted the Bay of Fundy so much that there is like literally no fish left there, and they want to put one of these mini reactors producing plutonium with even worse waste that will go into the bay. This is insanity, frankly, and anything and everything we can do in the council to protest and block these efforts would be to the good. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. So we've now had 3 speakers in favor of the resolution. Unless there are any speakers against, we will proceed to a vote. Seeing no hands raised, we will proceed to that vote, and I'll let Christina take that away.
Thanks, everyone. I'm just going to read the resolution out loud one more time for our voters who are on the phone. The resolution reads, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of Canadians oppose all public funding and government support for next generation nuclear reactors, including SMRs, and instead support investment in clean, sustainable, renewable energy, efficiency, and storage. Be it further resolved that the Council of Canadians work with grassroots organizations to pressure governments to cease all public funding and government support for next generation nuclear reactors, and instead invest in renewable energy, efficiency, and storage. This is resolution 2021-6. I am now launching the poll. which reads, be it resolved that Council of Canadians members pass resolutions 2021-6 as presented on screen and as just read. So I'll launch polling. For anyone who is on the phone who would like to vote yes on this resolution, please hit *9 now. Thank you for that. For anyone on the phone who would like to vote no on this resolution, please hit *9 now. Anyone on the phone would like to abstain, please hit *9 now. And I'll close the poll in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm ending sharing results. We have 75 votes in favor, 1 vote no, 3 vote abstain. And I'll ask Pam to share the results.
Okay, that's 76 yes. It's 1 no and 3 abstain. So
the vote-
95% yes.
Thanks, Pam.
Okay, so that resolution carries. We are now going to move on to a resolution entitled A Policy Regarding the Reprocessing of High-Level Nuclear Waste / Irradiated Fuel in Canada. It reads, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of Canadians opposes any technologies and methods of spent (irradiated) fuel reprocessing, as well as commerce in and transport or use of spent fuel and extracted fissile materials in Canada. That is moved by the St. John chapter and the Fredericton chapter. Do I have a seconder? Yeah, JC Blockus again. And can we hear motivation from the mover? Go ahead, Gail. Thanks. Oh, you need to unmute, Gail.
Okay. A resolution against reprocessing the spent fuel from the existing nuclear reactors and why it should be opposed. There are many tentacles to this issue, including local, national, and international dimensions. It begins with the SMRs, the small modular reactors, all of which will require enriched fuel, such as plutonium, and that's unlike the traditional large CANDU reactors, which use unenriched uranium. One of the 2 SMR development projects in New Brunswick is a 300 megawatt molten salt reactor. Not really small, proposed by Moltex Canada. Their SMR includes a separate unit to reprocess spent fuel from the large reactor at La Pro near St. John. This process is called pyroprocessing, which converts the contents of the spent fuel bundles into a liquid form in order to extract plutonium to use as enriched fuel for small modular reactors. The plutonium extracted constitutes only 0.6% of the original spent fuel waste. The remainder is a liquid mix of many radioactive elements that is much more challenging to store than the original solid waste and not reduced in volume. The plutonium extracted is in a form accessible for use in nuclear weapons and hence a security risk. That risk would be multiplied by the proposed mass production of small modular nuclears and their shipment worldwide, especially for their proposed use in remote off-grid locations like the tar sands, producing and using plutonium fuel in all these little places. The debate so far, Moltex CEO claimed that the form of plutonium produced is not accessible for weapons use. This was then refuted by the nuclear scientists at the USA Weapons Lab. And Moltex then claims that they have a new technology, but they haven't published any technical description. And the UK CEO's, Moltex CEO's verbal description is not any different. It isn't different. On May the 29th, 9 USA nuclear specialists with years of experience and academic credentials up to the top of their heads wrote an open letter to the Prime Minister Trudeau advising him not to allow plutonium extraction from nuclear waste, especially because of the proliferation's risk. In recent webinars, we've had international nuclear experts explain the processes and the risks. MV Romana explained the dangers and the fact that these will increase and not reduce the original nuclear waste, which they'd love to bury and get rid of. Edwin Lyman explained that the 25-year reprocessing experiments in the USA at a cost of billions of dollars ended in failure. And he lamented that reprocessing is revived every time there's some new funding running around being available. Politically, Seamus O'Regan, Minister of Natural Resources Canada, is a proponent of SMRs, and he continues to hold out this reprocessing as a recycle way of handling our existing nuclear waste, which is so politically and scientifically problematic. Mike Holland, New Brunswick Minister of Natural Resources and Energy, equally fails to do any due diligence, and he goes around bragging that everything he knows about SMRs he learned from Moltec CEO Rory O'Sullivan, who has a master's degree in engineering, not a depth of background in nuclear physics.
We are past, there we go. Thank you. Thanks very much. Are there any points of discussion on this resolution? Seeing none, I think we can proceed to a vote. Christina, take it away.
Thanks, Justine. I'll read out the resolution one more time. It reads on screen, therefore be it resolved that the Council of Canadians opposes any technologies and methods of spent, in parentheses, irradiated, close parentheses, fuel processing, as well as commerce in and transport or use of spent fuel and extracted fissile materials in Canada. This is resolution 21-7. I'll open the poll. For those on the phone who would like to vote yes, please hit *9 now. Thank you. For those on the phone who would like to vote no, please hit *9 now. For those on the phone who would like to abstain, please hit *9 now. We will close the poll in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'll end polling, share the results. 78 votes yes, 3 votes abstain, no votes from the phone. Pam, do you mind announcing the results?
100% passes.
Okay, so that resolution carries. Moving on to our third and final policy resolution, it is titled Canada's Withdrawal from NATO, and it reads, therefore, be it resolved that in the interests of the true threat of climate change to our security, the Council of Canadians adopt the policy of Canada's withdrawal from NATO. That is moved by Josephine Singh, Corinne Benson, Robert Wild, and Richard Mary. Do we have a motivator for this? Oh, sorry, do we have a seconder for this resolution first? We'll just need a hand aside from the mover. Nora Fraser, thank you. And Corinne, go ahead and motivate.
Okay. Now we do have something on in our policy about, this is what I've been told, about changing NATO. But this resolution is aimed for withdrawal from NATO. And one of our whereases of the initial resolution point out that 90% of Canada's military effort has gone to NATO. It also points out that it is, of the NATO countries, it's the single largest emitter of greenhouse gases among industries. That's excluding cars and our own personal consumption, but it is a very large emitter. There's also no restrictions on NATO countries in terms of accounting for their greenhouse gas emissions for the military. We cannot be perceived as even remotely concerned about climate change and its threat to the planet and humanity if we do not consider the contributions to greenhouse gases from war, military production, and the use and sale of military weapons. The conversion to green energy sources needs all the resources we can summon. There isn't room for money for war. The reason I became interested in the Council of Canadians was because of a conference we had on climate change. And I was really interested in this issue, and I'm hoping to see real commitment to addressing this threat. And one of these threats is from war. If we do have a policy on NATO to withdraw from NATO, it opens the door to educating and organizing around this part of our greenhouse problem. Climate change presents a fundamental challenge to all of our world interactions if we're to survive. It's amazing how the climate change problem affects so many aspects of our lives. I'd like to go so far as to say that all of our wars, although the media tries to disguise this fact, are involved in the extension and protection of markets, and likewise for the present extraction of resources. International corporations, the World Bank and the IMF are a party to this present extension of the cause of our wars. We must find a just and fair way to share the world's resources and wealth. War and the pursuit of greed must be challenged, and this must start for us with Canada's withdrawal from NATO. I'd also like to say, though, the educational process we need to start has to do with the perception of Canada as peacekeeper, as part of NATO. This has a tremendous propaganda machine behind it, and we need something to counteract that. We could at least start to formulate what kind of actions we could have if that educational process can begin. So that's it.
Thank you very much. Are there any points of discussion on this resolution? Looking for raised hands. Seeing none.
No, I'm trying to raise my hand.
Oh, sorry. Hi. Go
Sorry,
ahead.
I wasn't doing the wrong. I don't know about whether you're allowed to amend a resolution, but I looked at this and I said, oh, well, that's good. We'll still be members of the North Atlantic, or sorry, the Northern, the NORAD agreement. So we can protect ourselves with the United States as our assistance. Anyway, so I don't know if that's a friendly amendment since you don't actually have anything in there about NORAD, or we'll save NORAD's policy for next year's AMM.
I would suggest that's probably a substantive amendment, but you could make it if you'd like.
No, I just, this is my first time being an active participant in these things, and I'm, you know, I'll just leave it there. We will have more fun next year.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. I see Rita. You'll just need to unmute.
Sorry. I think we've been very naive in this motion because NATO is there for a reason. We have the threat of Russia and other countries that we need to be strong in numbers because Canada is very small, really, in terms of our influence. And so I'm not in support of this resolution, and that's my view. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Mary.
Thank you. I've been really against NATO ever since they flew their low-flying fighter jets over the Innu territory of Labrador and disturbed the caribou to such extent that I don't think they have ever recovered. And that, to me, was an indication that NATO does not support life-giving things, that it is about death and destruction and running roughshod over people such as the Innu. And I think that we need to imagine a world beyond war. I support this resolution wholeheartedly. We need to imagine a world without war because that's the only way we're going to have it. And I think that withdrawing from NATO, a country like ours, given all our faults, which are so obvious right now, but nonetheless, we still have some stature on the world stage. And I think a country like ours withdrawing from NATO gives that message. As humanity, we cannot afford war anymore, and we have to take some bold steps to make that happen. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Paul Strome?
Yes, look, I have some concerns about this motion, although like I agree about the whole issue regarding war. But after working on the distant early warning line for a number of years, I realized that the interconnectedness, with Canada, the US, and NATO in regards to, the safety of North America from, that perspective, I think it is one that is really an important issue. I applaud the motion, although I wish that we were able to connect what has been said about making accommodations to, to make a new resolution, that deals with the ideas about the council directly, like a little greater. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen? You'll need to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Call me Kate, please. Only people who want money from me call me Kathleen. So, yeah, I didn't realize before that I had to click on the lower hand thing because I missed conversation about other issues. But anyway, if Canada Post can change their vehicles into electronic based vehicles, why can't our armed forces do that? If that's an issue about the emissions from their vehicles affecting the environment, then that's what should be happening. And I agree, get the heck out of NATO because they're controlling us, basically. And definitely, I'm not fond of the idea of war. I'm a war baby from England, so I know what that's like. And but we do need some protection. But I think the vehicles need to be changed, definitely. Okay. And just to go back to a previous thing that I was trying to comment about, was about putting nuclear waste in areas. Well, I live in tiny township in Simcoe County on Lake Huron, on the other side of Lake Huron. Oh, they're trying to bury all the nuclear waste right next to the edge of beautiful Lake Huron. Totally unacceptable. So that kind of thing has to be stopped. Other than that, the wind, getting energy from the wind, there are issues with those things, health issues, because it depends how close you are, where you're living close to that. It can create awful health issues. And it's very expensive, doesn't last very long. interferes with various flying creatures, and there goes your environment again. So that was a hard thing for me to vote for, because we in Tiny Township had access to Maud Barlow when we were doing Site 41. That is when our when Simcoe County was just about ready to put a garbage dump over the
Sorry to interrupt. We are at time, so I will need to move ahead. Thank you.
On this planet. And I was part of that.
I'm gonna
protest with First Nations. We wouldn't have won it without First Nations and the farm. Look at that online, and we eventually won after 10 months. So there are things, and we refuse to have the have wind in Simcoe County.
Thank you. Okay, I see Corinne's hand. We are at 2 in favor of the resolution, 2 against, just by way of an update. Corinne, go ahead. You'll have to unmute, please.
Do we have to wait for more speakers? I was going to give my rebuttal to what has been said.
Because there's no one else on the speakers list, you are able to speak again.
Someone spoke about how we need to counteract Russia. And one of the things I did try to say initially is that we are up against quite a propaganda machine, and it does need some other voice. We're not fairly, the forces of peace are not fairly represented. I could not include all of the injustices of NATO in this resolution in its past history. I focused on the climate issue, which is considerable. But the image of NATO or Canada as some peacekeeping country does need to be countered. The last operation of NATO over Libya was based on a lie. Canadian Foreign Minister John Baird was still repeating the mass rape justification for bombing in Libya months after Gaddafi was killed. Yet Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International, neither of them could find any proof for this. And yet 50,000 people died as a result of that lie. As well, they were talking about genocide. Again, Human Rights and Amnesty International could find no proof that they were bombing their own people. These are lies which killed 50,000 people. That's just one example of propaganda that does not really get the coverage it should get. And the same is true for the situation with Russia. Are we really getting very straight information? Somehow we need to get this more balanced, what we're hearing, and it's not there. But I recognize that education needs to happen, but we need to find the means to do so, and we need to find the channels, and we need a policy that backs up that policy so that we can get that started. It is extremely important that these crimes are not there. It's not only is it a waste of carbon gases, emissions, but human life. So it is a huge issue, crossing both climate change and world peace.
Okay, thank you. We've now exhausted the speakers in favor of the resolution. So unless there's a speaker in opposition, we will proceed to a vote. Seeing none, let's proceed to that vote.
Thanks, Justine. I'll read the resolution as it's on the screen. Therefore, be it resolved that in the interests and the true threat of climate change to our security, the Council of Canadians adopt the policy of Canada's withdrawal from NATO. This is resolution 2021-8. I will launch the poll now. As a reminder, anyone who is joining via computer, please vote with the poll. We will reserve votes by raised hands or any other function to those who vote by phone. So those by computer are using the poll. If you are on the phone and would like to vote yes to this resolution, please hit *9 now. Seeing none. If you are on the phone and would like to vote no to this resolution, please hit *9 now. And if you are on the phone and would like to abstain, please hit *9 now. We have no votes from the phone. I'll end the polling in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ending polling and sharing results. 48 votes yes, 26 votes no, 16 votes abstain. And Pam will share the results.
65% vote yes, it passes.
Great, thank you. That resolution carries. We're now moving on to the action resolutions. And the first one we'll be dealing with in that section is titled Advocate for a National Citizens Assembly on Electoral Reform. And it reads, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of Canadians actively support Fair Vote Canada's campaign for proportional representation in the next federal election and into the succeeding parliament, including a call for a National Citizens Assembly on Electoral Reform. And be it further resolved that this will be achieved by promoting the issues to our members, urging them in turn to raise this with candidates and members of parliament, and to take any and all appropriate action to push electoral reform back into the public spotlight. This is moved by the London chapter, the Kitchener-Waterloo chapter, and 20 individual members representing chapters across each of the 4 regions. So I will seek a seconder for that resolution. Marilyn Hay, and I will seek a motivator for that resolution.
So I'll come forward and speak to it again. Thanks very much. I want to thank everyone who contributed to the resolution and those who've supported it at this point. It's being brought forward in anticipation of a federal election, very likely in the fall, certainly by the end of the year. The reasons for a change to our electoral system from first past the post to a more proportional system have been supported by the Council of Canadians over the past years. There are many examples of false majority governments, both at the provincial level and the federal level. Being from Ontario, the most recent example is 40.5% of the vote, got 61.3% of the seats and 100% of the power for the Ford government. 52% of the votes cast in that election elected no one. Contrast this with the New Zealand experience recently, where only 8.5% of the votes cast elected no one. More than 80% of the countries in the OECD use some form of proportional representation. We often seem to separate the issue of electoral reform from the other issues that we're concerned about. They actually are inextricably linked. If you look at the research, countries which have some form of proportional representation make far greater progress in income inequality, the environment, social justice. There's greater citizen engagement in their electoral system. More women and more representatives from minority groups participate in the government. Very significantly, because the members of parliament and government must work collaboratively in a proportional system, you get greater stability in terms of policy development and carry from one government to the next. You don't get the kind of lurch which we experience both at the federal level and the provincial level. So if we look at Ontario again, for example, green energy projects which were approved by the previous government, cancelled. Basic income pilot project, previously approved, cancelled. Free tuition for low-income families, cancelled. Rent control on new units, cancelled. Over the last 100 years, there have been a number of committees and commissions which have recommended movement away from our first past the post system to some kind of proportional representation. The majority of presenters and the majority of the evidence from experts at the 2016 Electoral Reform Commission of the previous Liberal government recommended a move towards proportional representation. I think we're stuck and the conversation is shifting to this actually can't be decided in a partisan venue. We need to actually take it out of the hands of politicians and give the decision-making around our electoral citizen back to citizens. And so the recommendation speaks to the formation of a National Citizens Assembly, which will engage citizens, get them involved in their electoral process. And actually their recommendation is very likely to have greater trust with the broader community of Canadians. The Leger poll in 2020 found that 80% of respondents across all party lines supported some kind of a citizens' assembly. And interestingly, the House of Commons Procedural Committee on Tuesday is looking at a vote to consider studying at the formation of a National Citizens' Assembly on electoral reform. Citizens' assemblies were created in Canada. They were used in Ontario, in British Columbia. The Liberal government used it to develop its recommendations around pharmacare. They've been used in Ireland, Australia, the United Kingdom, Belgium, France, and Scotland to deal with very complex issues. So the ask here is quite simply is that we support the call for proportional representation in the next election and the formation of a National Citizens Assembly to recommend on our electoral reform and our electoral process going forward. And I'll stop there.
Thanks very much. Constance Moore.
There, I think I'm unmuted. I am one of the original movers of this motion. I still support it. However, I believe that it would be stronger with an amendment that I would like to propose. I have sent it to both Justine and just now also to Christina, and I don't know if Christina would be able to put it up so people could see it, but is it appropriate for me to move an amendment at this moment?
It is appropriate, yes. In the meantime, I will also share it in the chat, perhaps, the language you've proposed.
Okay, well, that's a great idea. And of course, we would be seeking a seconder, but I would like to propose it first. So there are a couple of words removed and a couple of words added. And the intent is to actually strengthen the resolution by acknowledging that the Council of Canadians is a very important standalone organization that coming out without relating it to another organization, but as a Council of Canadians resolution, I believe is going to serve our needs best. So here is the reworded resolution, the amendment. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of Canadians actively support the movement for proportional representation in the next federal election and into the succeeding parliament, including a call for a National Citizens Assembly on electoral reform. And be it further resolved that this would be achieved by supporting other existing campaigns as appropriate, promoting the issue to its members, urging them in turn to raise this with candidates and members of Parliament, and take any and all appropriate action to push electoral reform back into the public spotlight. I haven't looked to see if this is in the chat yet, but I hope that there will be a seconder.
Okay, it's both in the chat and Christina is very diligently putting track changes on the shared screen. So can I take, Anne, I have you first on the list. Can I take your hand as a seconder and then we'll go to your point of discussion?
You can take my hand as a seconder. That's what it's there for.
Perfect. Did you have a point of discussion as well?
No, I just think the amendment is wonderful.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's perfect.
Okay, we'll move to Al next.
Thank you. I'm against this amendment. I don't like the language of people trying to develop the Council of Canadians as a standalone. I think we've got a lot of status and a lot of things to be proud of, but I think that the best avenue for progressive movement is to ally ourselves with other natural allies, as I say in the chat. And we are going to accomplish more working together with other organizations than we will trying to maintain our status as a standalone.
Okay, thank you. Next, I have Marielle.
Hi. I think it's a very well worded amendment. I would still like to have Fair Vote Canada's campaign acknowledged in the second paragraph. Other existing campaigns, such as Fair Vote Canada's movement, as appropriate.
I would consider that a friendly amendment to the amendment, if that's okay.
I was just going to ask. I will, I think, accept that as a friendly amendment as well, given that the mover has agreed with that. Okay, so we are speaking now to the amendment as amended. Marielle, did you have anything else to add to your addition?
No, I like the look of it.
Okay, I next have Barbara.
Yes, hi. I'm a member of Fair Vote Canada. I was a participant in the 2018 vote in BC, which I feel absolutely horrible about the outcome of, but I've still maintained a relationship with Fair Vote. But in any case, I think that Council of Canadians previously has always acted in support of we've always had democracy as one of the features of our Council of Canadians. And so even though I was a member of the Fair Vote team here locally and developed a team, my local chapter said, please participate with us and you be that arm of our committee. So we definitely can work together. And so I think that, you know, to just slough it off onto Fair Vote Canada without saying, yes, we Council of Canadians do stand up for this and we will work in cooperation with existing campaigns. And I like the friendly amendment. So I just speak in favor of the whole thing. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. So we've exhausted the speakers for this amendment. So unless there are additional speakers against, we will proceed to a vote on the amendment. We will then return to the main resolution as amended. So let's proceed to that vote on the amendment. Thank you.
Thanks, Justine. For this one, we will use your reactions mechanism. So those who would like to vote in favor of the, oh, sorry, I apologize. For those on the phone, I'll go ahead and read the resolution as they appear on the screen. So this is the resolution as amended, and we are voting on the amendment. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of Canadians actively support the movement for proportional representation in the next federal election and into the succeeding parliament, including a call for a National Citizens' Assembly on electoral reform. And be it further resolved that this will be achieved by supporting other existing campaigns such as Fair Vote Canada as appropriate, promoting the issue to our members, urging them in turn to raise this with candidates and members of parliament, and to take any and all appropriate action to push electoral reform back into the public spotlight. The amendment removes Fair Vote Canada from the initial one and refers to the work as the movement, but references supporting existing campaigns such as Fair Vote Canada in the second set of therefore, the therefore clause. If you would like to vote in favor of accepting this amendment, please use the green check mark. If you would like to oppose including this amendment, please use the red X. If you are on the phone and would like to include the amendment, please hit *9 now. We have one vote from the phone in favor of the amendment. If you are on the phone and would like to vote against this amendment, please hit *9 now. Seeing none. If you are on the phone and would like to abstain from this amendment, or you are on Zoom and would like to abstain for any reason on this amendment, please hit *9 now or use your raised hand function. And we'll close in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 3 abstentions, 50 votes in favor, 2 votes against. So the amendment passes.
Okay, so we will now return to the motion as amended. Is there any discussion on the resolution as amended? Seeing none, Nita, please go ahead.
I am in favor of this because this resolution, because of the living in BC and mostly on unceded territory. We had struggles with land claims for so many years, with like every time a new government comes in, and then we have to start over. And also they created one that was outside of the political structure, but it's still, there was supposed to be no preconditions, but like when the negotiators for the government come in, there's always like the precondition put in, so it's actually not working as well as it should be. So basically, in terms of like long-term actions such as the land claims in BC, I think we do need like an ongoing discussion where it doesn't stop every time somebody is elected out of power. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, we will proceed to a vote on the resolution as amended.
Thanks, Justine. This is resolution 2021-9 for today, and I'll read it one more time for those on the phone. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of Canadians actively support the movement for proportional representation in the next federal election and into the succeeding parliament, including a call for a National Citizens' Assembly on electoral reform. And be it further resolved that this will be achieved by supporting other existing campaigns such as Fair Vote Canada as appropriate, promoting the issue to our members, urging them in turn to raise this with candidates and members of parliament, and to take any and all appropriate action to push electoral reform back into the public spotlight. This is a final vote on this one, so I will launch the poll. Those with the computer can go ahead and use the poll to indicate your vote. If you are on the phone, I'm going to go ahead and clear all feedback. If you are on the phone and would like to vote yes, please hit *9 now. Thank you. We have 1 in favor from the phone. If you are on the phone and would like to vote no, please hit *9 now. Seeing none, if you are on the phone and would like to abstain, please hit *9 now. And I'll close the vote in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and I'll share the results. With 83 votes voting yes, the resolution passes as amended.
Great, okay. So we'll next move on to our next action resolution, which is titled Keep Up the Fight for Pharmacare, and it reads, therefore, be it resolved that the Council continue to mobilize alongside partners to push for a national public pharmacare program. That is moved by the Board of Directors. Do we have a seconder?
I'd like to second it, and I will motivate it as well, please.
Great, thanks, Joey, and please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Joey Hartman. I'm a member of the board, and this is a piece of work, the campaign for pharmacare, that fits squarely in the work that the Council of Canadians has been doing since its inception on healthcare for Canadians. And we had really been very hopeful that Trudeau and the Liberal government would be true to their promise on actually implementing pharmacare this time around. Many of you who have been involved with this issue for years will know that Tommy Douglas, when bringing forward the first medical public health care system in Canada, saw the insurance for hospitalized care as the first step of a good healthcare system, comprehensive healthcare system in the public domain for Canadians. And it was always intended that pharmacare in some form would be the second step. And of course, all these years later, we're still having to push for it. Most countries that do have a public health system similar to Canada's in any kind of a form have as an integral part of that a pharmaceutical coverage. And as you all know, if you don't have it through your employment, which most people do not, the cost of pharmaceuticals can mean the choice between eating and having the necessary medications. So it's a huge issue. We've done a lot of work as a council on interviewing people and seeking feedback for what those difficult choices have been for people. And we've really built that into our policy and strategic planning work, as well as our campaign. So this is a motion really that kind of boosts it going forward and reminds us that this is still a very high priority for the council. As John mentioned in his introductory remarks as the chair, the promise has been broken again, and it was really, even though most provinces supported this, to have a national pharmacare program and the hard work of so many Canadians, it was the lobbyists and the big pharma and the insurance companies that managed to get the ear of the government federally and to really make this once more pushed to the back burner. And it's our work to bring it back to the front. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. We'll move to Rod, please.
Yes, thank you, everybody. And thank you, Joy. I'm just wondering, does the motion or the movement for pharmacare include dental care? I mean, I have a friend, you know, who she had a horrible situation with her teeth, and you know, if we're talking about you know, protecting the health of Canadians and not passing anybody over, I think, is it possible? I would be interested in making an amendment that dental care be included with this policy, unless it's already covered.
My understanding is that the campaign to date has chosen to focus on pharmaceutical medicines or prescription medicines, and that's where the momentum had been gained. The dental care is a separate campaign. I could be corrected on that, but that's my understanding.
Yeah. It's pretty tempting to, you know, I'm not sure if it would, well, I'll make a motion. I'll make an amendment. I'd like to make, I mean, would that be considered a friendly amendment, I guess is the question.
It's substantive.
Probably fairly substantive, so I think that will require a seconder and discussion. So you would like to add a national public pharmacare and dental care program?
Yes, especially for emergency dental care. You know?
Okay. Do we have a seconder for that amendment?
I'll second it.
Okay, Vivian. Is there any discussion on that amendment? I see Morna. Go ahead.
Thanks so much. I'll just speak very briefly. I oppose the amendment. I think it's really important that for strategic and other reasons that are focused, particularly in the coming year, be on pharmacare. I completely agree with the mover of the amendment that a universal access to dental care is extremely important. But the situation with respect to dental care is quite different. And there is momentum on the issue of pharmacare. And I would really encourage that if we want to, or if the mover of the amendment wants to propose that the council campaign in dental care, do so perhaps at the next annual membership meeting. And I'm also just really concerned about our limited resources, and that I just think it's critical that we focus on the issue of pharmacare at this stage.
Okay, next I have Catherine Lindsay.
Yes, hi. I guess my question is that, I mean, I think vision care is also one of those things that I think we should be providing as a well-to-do society for our citizens, at least some minimum level anyway. So I guess my question would be around, so the statistics around expenditures in healthcare outside of our current system, is pharmacare the biggest issue, the biggest cost issue for Canadians, and that dental and vision would be something that we would want to look at subsequently?
I don't know if the mover has a response to that. I'm not aware.
You mean the mover of the amendment?
Of the, I said
either one.
Or the resolution.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that, you know, in terms of gaining more public support, I mean, I think that this, you know, there's a lot of people who are also suffering from, you know, not being able to cover these kinds of concern, these issues, you know. So I certainly would support vision care as well. I mean, yeah.
Okay, I see Ann Pohl next.
Thanks. I oppose the idea of adding any other kind of healthcare to this motion, this amendment, no matter how many different kinds. I think dental care, vision care, audio care, chiropractic, all these things are really important. And I think they're healthcare issues. But with pharmacare, we're dealing with big pharma. So we're dealing with democracy issues, we're dealing with corporate capture, and we're dealing with people not being able to afford the medication they need in order to survive. And I think it's important to stay focused on that.
Okay, I have Al next.
All right, thank you. I think dental care and audio care and all the other things that are mentioned are really worthwhile things. I would really welcome seeing some initiative taking on that from the council. But I think this is a big issue in and of itself, as other people have mentioned. And I think we should focus this one on pharmacare and look towards additional medical healthcare reforms in separate resolutions.
Okay, thank you. We have now reached the 3 speakers against the proposed amendment, so I'll only now entertain speakers for. So Rita, are you speaking in favor of the amendment? And you'll just need to unmute Rita. Okay, we're not hearing you. I will move perhaps to Kathleen, if you're speaking in favor of the amendment. Go ahead.
Yes, call me Kate, please.
Sorry. Yes, hi, sorry.
Yes. Dental care is extremely expensive. And there are many people. I'm a high school teacher, and I have a lot of contact with the students and their families. And it's, if you don't have your own health insurance, fortunately I do, it's even then, it's not covered by that completely by that insurance, and it's often incredibly more expensive than your pharmacare, and it really needs to be included in this particular issue. And we can't wait for another year for this. You know, people are suffering when their dental situation is is a big issue that they can't fix because they don't have the money to fix it. And especially with the COVID, so many people don't have very much money over and above. I think we need to include this, and I think it's a fabulous, and it doesn't have to be, oh, when it's really, really hurting. It's to make sure that it's dealt with in its early stages. So I think just and dental care is perfect for the pharmacare stuff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Corinne, if you're speaking in favor of the amendment.
Yes, I am speaking in favor. I think my feeling is that wherever you get the private enterprise element coming in, the cost goes up quite a bit. I'm sure that my eyeglasses don't need to cost what they're charging me, and that's where it really hurts me. Also, there's overlap though. We have a public system, a medical care system, and the pharmacare problem hurts the medical care system, because if people can't take their pills, then they can't get what the doctor is doing isn't going to benefit them very much. As well, if people can't get very good dental care, just basic cleanings and fillings, the very basics, then they are costing the medical care system again, because there's a link up between the teeth and other health problems like heart. So it costs our medical care system to have these things neglected. So in the interest of preserving our whole medical care system, I think we need to get some of the private cream that they're taking off out. So to preserve the medical care system, I think we need to get all of it involved.
Okay, thanks very much. Are there any speakers on the amendment? And again, that would have to be in favor. Seeing none, I think we'll proceed to a vote on the proposed amendment.
Thanks, Justine. So the resolution currently reads, therefore be it resolved that the council continue to mobilize alongside partners to push for a national pharmacare and dental care program. The amendment includes dental care alongside pharmacare. If you would like to vote in favor of this amendment, please use your green check mark in the reactions function. If you would like to vote against the amendment, please use your red X in the reactions. If you are on the phone and you would like to vote yes, please hit *9 now. Seeing none, if you are on the phone and you would like to vote no, please hit *9 now. I see one vote from the phones against the amendment. If you would like to abstain for any reason, please hit *9 or raise your hand using the raise hand function.
Hi, it's Kathy Lindsay here. I don't understand how to do a *9.
So Kathy, since you're not on the phone, you don't need to do a *9. You can use either.
I didn't get a voting option, so I'm assuming it's because it's a friendly amendment, if you will, or whatever.
So in order to indicate your vote on this one, you want to go to your reactions icon, open that up. If you would like to vote yes, use the green check mark. If you would like to vote no, use the red circle with the X.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for asking. If you're having that question, others do as well, so I appreciate it.
Thanks.
So we have 51 votes, 52, including the vote on the phone, against the resolution, and 12 votes in favor, none abstaining, so the amendment does not pass.
Thank you. So we'll now return to the original resolution, and I'll seek any discussion on that. And seeing none, I think we can proceed. Oh, I see a point from Lynn Grist. Go ahead.
would it be a friendly amendment to suggest that it be a campaign for the upcoming federal election?
I think that would also be substantive because it is indicating a particular action. So you can make that amendment.
Okay.
Sorry, are you moving that amendment?
Yes, I'd like to.
Okay. So to push for national as part of its federal election strategy?
Yes.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for that amendment? A number of hands went up. I don't know if that, yes, okay, one just gonna Mary, so we'll take that as seconded. Okay, points of debate. I have Morna. Go ahead.
Yeah, my concern with the amendment is actually, I read the resolve that it would not preclude making a push and mobilization for pharmacare through a federal election. So I really appreciate Lynn's point. But by adding those words, to me, I now read it as that we would only push during a federal election. I think we are going to have to push through the federal election and beyond the federal election. So I would actually suggest, with all respect, Justine, that that what Lynn is trying to get at is actually already covered by the resolution.
Yes, I mean, I suppose that's a good point. It would not preclude its involvement in a federal election strategy. But Lynn, would you like to maintain the amendment despite that?
Yes, I would. It's clear that we really all want pharmacare, and I want it really to be clear that we'd like it to be part of the election strategy. It may well be something under the table that I'm not seeing in this resolution. I just want to I need some clarity.
Okay, I have Leanne McMillan next.
Hi, I've been a member since 1986, but not actually ever particularly active. I saw that we have less than 4,000 members across the country in a country of 38 million. And it's amazing how much work we actually do. We punch way above our weight. But I think if people really support pharmacare, then they should absolutely be sending some money to the Canada Health Coalition and the other groups that have been working nonstop on this. I was doing meetings with my members of parliament through the Canada Health Coalition, and it's a single focused issue on that. I don't even know what our election strategy is going to be. So I wouldn't want to be making a decision today on June 20th when it wasn't part of the original amendment, that our members would have seen and had the opportunity to vote on and say, yes, I agree or not agree. We're down to like less than 75 people on the call. The resolution was what it was, and I support it fully, but I don't support this amendment or the previous amendments. Thank you.
Okay, I see Mary next.
That was just a second, the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Constance Moore next.
Hi, I'd like to speak against the amendment as worded because it actually limits our actions. It sounds like we can only mobilize and work with other people when we're working on the election. So I think that the amendment should be defeated since the, what's the word I'm trying to say? The intention of it, I think, is included in the original resolution. Thanks.
Okay, John?
Yeah, I'm speaking as a member of the Alberta Pharmacare Working Group. And you should know that the push for pharmacare has never stopped. And we need to acknowledge particularly the work at the CLC. But I think the amendment is unnecessary.
Okay, so we've had 3 opposed to the amendment. So Anne, if you are willing to speak in favor of the amendment, you may intervene. Otherwise, we'll proceed to a vote.
I don't know if it's in favor or not, but it seems to me if you put including in front of as part, that you cover all the objections to it.
Lynn, do you accept that as a friendly amendment? As the mover?
Yep.
Okay, so including as part of its federal election strategy. Is there any discussion on the amendment as amended? Seeing none, let's move to a vote on the amendment as amended.
Thanks, Justine. I will read the resolution as amended. Therefore, be it resolved, the Council continue to mobilize alongside partners to push for a national public pharmacare program, including as part of its federal election strategy. The amendment is the addition of including as part of its federal election strategy. I'm going to clear all results. So I see folks eager to vote, but I'll call it just for folks on the phone and clarity. If you would like to vote in favor of this amendment, please use your green check mark. If you would like to vote against, please use your red X circle. If you are on the phone and you would like to vote yes on this amendment, please hit *9 now. Thank you. That's one vote in favor from the phones. If you are on the phone and would like to vote against this amendment, please hit *9 now. Seeing none, if you would like to abstain for any reason, or if you are either on the phone or on the computer, please use the raised hand function and hit *9 now. We'll close in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 51 votes in favor of the amendment, 10 votes against, so the amendment passes.
Okay, so we're going to return to the resolution as amended. Are there any speakers to that, to the main resolution as amended? Seeing none, I think we can move to a vote on that as well.
This is resolution 2021-10. Reading, therefore be it resolved that the council continue to mobilize alongside partners to push for a national public pharmacare program, including as part of its federal election strategy. I will open the poll. Polling for those who have joined by computer has begun. I'm going to clear reactions so that folks on the phone can vote. If you are on the phone and would like to vote yes, please hit *9 now. There's one vote in favor from the phone. If you are on the phone and would like to vote against, please hit *9 now. If you are on the phone and would like to abstain, please hit *9 now. We'll close in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I will end polling. Share the results with 86 total votes in favor. The resolution passes as amended.
Okay, thank you. We have now exhausted the time set aside for action resolutions, and we are due to go into a break. So we are going to do that. Upon our return, we'll begin with campaign resolutions. If we are able to deal with all the campaign resolutions in the time allotted, we can then return to the final action resolution. But we are due to break until, I believe, 1:45. So unless anyone's going to correct me otherwise, I think we will take that break now. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Justine. We'll see you all soon.
Educating the public and ultimately regulating extreme wealth accumulation to steward more equitable distribution of wealth. That is moved by the Anti-Poverty Wealth Gap Working Group. Is there a seconder for the resolution? Mary Love, great. And would the mover of the resolution like to motivate?
Yes, can you?
There's quite an echo, yes.
How's this? How's this?
That's better. Thank you.
Okay. By calling for overt and explicit allyship The resolution recognizes that poverty, tax reform, and monetary policy are core issues larger than any one group alone can address. Allyship allows us to strategize with other groups and institutes to leverage our members to engage in supportive actions and protests and so forth, to amplify messages designed to educate the public and get the attention and buy-in of policymakers. Allyship presumes that any and all levels of our organization, chapter, regional, and national, could actively seek out key players of other organizations such as the Broadband Institute or Basic Income Anti-Poverty Working Groups to explore how we could work together effectively. Also, this resolution would safeguard the commons, first by assertively promoting tax reform to better capture fair taxes for millionaire and billionaire Canadians and corporations, and second, through monetary policy reform. For example, rather than borrowing from private banks and spending tax dollars on high interest rates, federal and provincial governments could borrow interest-free from the Bank of Canada, as was done prior to the mid-70s. Both the tax and monetary policy reforms would increase public monies to help aggressively tackle climate change, protect our common environment, and raise up to 2.3 million Canadians out of poverty. Finally, this resolution addresses the security of the most vulnerable in Canada, particularly singles without children who don't qualify for any support anywhere, the disabled, and others who do not currently qualify for sufficient funding under the plethora of often demeaning and even punitive social allowances that, even when available, are ultimately insufficient to actually survive. In naming basic income, this resolution also stipulates that existing safety nets, such as support for families with children, support for children in poverty, employment insurance, CPP, etc., would not be discarded. We would fight for a both-and approach while resistant either-or mindset regarding those programs, enabling those who are currently only receiving half a market basket allowance, if that, to double their income to cover rent and food while not losing specific disability or other essential supports. The Canadian Centre for Economic Analysis recently found that basic income would contribute $80 billion to Canada's GDP and create up to 600,000 jobs because recipients would spend this income locally on rent, food, and other essential supplies. They might also pursue further skill development and education or volunteer with civil society. They could afford the essentials to find work, such as a phone and adequate clothing, or they might provide unpaid care for family members without nearly starving to do so in support of the care economy. This resolution draws directly from our strategic plan, which calls for nurturing relationships of mutual support and common cause, supporting those who persist in struggles for justice, rights, and dignity, collective addressing increased inequality and precarity of individuals, recognizing that corporate-led globalization and capitalism is dividing humanity into enriched and impoverished, calling for government to be accountable to people and not for corporations, deepening our relationship with grassroots organizations and sounding the alarm on injustices and helping to build community power. I ask you to approve this resolution both so that we can become more equitable in terms of tax fairness and also ensure dignity for all Canadians. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move to discussion. I have Leanne.
Okay, so I don't want to move an amendment that eliminates, number one, a universal basic income or any reference to it. So because of that, I'm going to be speaking against the motion, although I am in support of the motion for fair, equitable taxation and monetary reforms like the Bank of Canada and getting rid of things like the Canada Investment Bank that create public-private partnerships, which just mean profit for private companies.
But I think it would be a substantive amendment, and I don't think it'll go that way. But my comments, and it's going to be for a couple of the resolutions that come up here about the basic income, I encourage people to read work from authors like John Clark about why the basic income isn't going to do anything and isn't likely to help us at all. People say, oh, look, they did the CERB, but we can see that that was in response to a pandemic, and already as things are supposedly improving, you see the federal government making steps to make changes to it and start reducing it immediately, or sorry, it's coming in less than 2 weeks on July 1st. There's no chance that the powers that be would allow a basic income that actually meant something real to people to exist as a permanent condition. I think people think that there's something magical about it, like we'll win it if we call something different. We haven't been able to, like, how would we even achieve something that would be this plus not eliminate anything that would already exist? We haven't been able to maintain programs like the Employment Insurance Act or even existing social assistance rates. So how would we achieve this magical thing that's going to save everything that we have and do something even better? It becomes a wage subsidy for employers who don't even want to do things like pay a proper minimum wage. So I just don't see how it's going to do. And so that is what I would like to say about this. The whole concept of a basic income just creates monetizes everything. It's like a charter schools things. Here, we'll give you some money so that you'll be able to buy your things. And it doesn't deal with things like creating a public childcare system, creating public housing. And it's just a further thing to just try to have us give up on the idea of building large social programs that would be universal across the country to help build all of the things. I think that the economic study that the last speaker referred to about the that it was going to be such a great thing, I can't even imagine that that is done. Even the Senate committees that do this just talk about the absolute total billions and billions of dollars that a program like this that would cost, and they all talk about it in terms of eliminating the existing social programs. So sadly, I have to speak against it because of the reference to universal basic income. Thank you.
Okay, next I have Avril.
Thank you very much, Justine. And thank you for your thoughtful comments, Leanne. I am one of the movers of this, or one of the persons from the working group. And I want to reassure you, Leanne, that we looked very carefully at the wording of our resolution, in part because we do understand that there's significant debate around universal basic income. We know that. As a working group, I can assure you that we did do enormous amounts of research in advance of putting forward the wording that we did. It's really important to underscore that what we are talking about, as Marilyn suggested, is allyship. That the allies that we might even seek out from Council of Canadians may even tend to differ on whether they're going to be promoting UBI, which Universal Basic Income, or not. And I don't see that that should necessarily inhibit our ability to ally ourselves with the other fine work that they might be doing in other regards around taxation or monetary reform and so on. So I urge you to, if you are having some difficulties, others on the call here too, to vote in favor of the motion, in part because it does try to encompass a number of facts, and the allyship work that can be done then can be flexible enough to accommodate a variety of things. And I would put to you that as it exists right now, the OAS program, the OAS program of Canada is in fact a universal one and is done through taxation that then brings back other monies, so that our group, as it were, our working group, is less worried about people who are exceedingly wealthy obtaining yet more wealth, because in actuality, the progressive taxation that could follow would bring more monies back to the people who really need it. And that is, of course, those who can barely exist at all. So this is a motion in favor of supporting people in the new mandate that Council of Canadians has adopted, People, Planet, and Democracy. We really do need, I think, to pass this motion. Thanks very much, Justine.
Thank you. We'll move on to Al Burchard.
Hello, thanks for allowing me to speak one more time. I promise this will be my last kick at the cat. I'm going to vote in favor of this motion. I find this a very well thought out and very carefully worded resolution on a very complex series of issues. There are many moving parts here, and I think that the people that put it together have filled the bowl brim full. Any amendments or additions or detractions are going to detract from the quality of what we're talking about here. There are as many opinions for as against universal basic incomes. There's lots of arguments on either side. We can spend all the time in the world that we want to talk about them. I'm going to quote an American politician, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who says that until you stop obsessing on what's politically impossible, there's just no hope. And I think that's the main block in between a universal basic income and what we have now, the scattershot approach to social benefits. I do believe in the economy of a universal basic income, and I think there's lots of arguments to support it. However, I think the main thing, and we keep touching on this, is the political aspects of it. What's necessary to overcome that, of course, is the matter of public opinion, and I think that's gradually turning in favor of some kind of universal social support. So once again, I'm urging everyone to support this. This is a big subject. There's lots of depth to it, and there's lots more talk to be done on it. But I think this is a really good start. Thanks to the people that put it together.
Thank you. Ann Pohl.
Hi, I support the resolution as it's written. I think I'm very familiar with John Clark's concerns. I think most of his concerns are addressed actually in the first clause, the number 1, that will not deplete or replace portion, except for his ideological point of view, but the Council of Canadians is not an ideological organization. So I support it totally.
Okay, thank you. We have now exhausted the number of 4 speakers for the resolution. So I have George next, but only if you are speaking against the resolution. George has removed their hand, so I'm assuming. Susan, if you're speaking against the resolution, you may go ahead.
Thanks very much. There are many good things about this resolution. And if the universal basic income was optional, I could support it, but in its current wording, I can't support it. As Al Burchard said, there are sort of as many arguments for as against, and the reverse is true. And a lot of the people who have concerns about it beyond John Clark, you know, are people who could be our allies. And I'm worried about committing ourselves to something that the jury is still out on. You know, it would have been wonderful if the Ontario pilot could have been completed and we could have seen all that, and we can absolutely speak out against that. But the concern about binding ourselves to doing something that may not really be the most appropriate thing to do, and which may end up having us go against some of our allies on that issue, is a big concern to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion on the resolution? Lynn, and I'll remind you that you'll be speaking against the resolution if you're going to be intervening. Go ahead.
I'm not speaking against it. I was wondering if an amendment changing a universal basic income to universal income security would satisfy the objections and let the motion pass.
I guess the only way to find out will be to move that amendment. So I take it you're moving that?
Yes.
Okay, so we're changing universal basic income to universal income security. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that amendment? Leanne, is that a seconder or a second?
I don't think that would be capitalized universal income.
It's a question. Yeah, what is it? A wolf, what is it? By any other name is a rose by any other name is still a rose, or in this case, a thorn by any other name is still a thorn. If you mean by that, appropriate social assistance, okay, but I just think that the idea of universality, the person already raised that even the old age security system isn't universal anymore. It's what is given to everybody, but then it's taxed back, that sort of thing. So I don't know. I think it's still a thorn, and I think that I can't support number 1 in any shape. So I wouldn't be seconding it.
Okay. Sorry, I do actually need a seconder for the amendment if we're going to consider it, though. Marilyn, are you proposing to second the amendment?
I am.
Okay, so it's seconded, so it's on the floor. Were you wanting to speak to it as well?
Not particularly.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, is there any discussion on the amendment? Okay, seeing, there is a point from 306 number. You can go ahead and unmute.
Yeah, it's Dave in Saskatoon. I appreciate the amendment. I think the phrase universal income security is a broad enough phrase that it could mean either a universal basic income or, the combination of programs we have now massively improved. And to me, the word universal in this phrase means that we shouldn't have anybody having to sleep in homeless shelters or on the street, or anyone, not making ends meet on a monthly basis, So universal means just that. It means that everyone in our society is taken care of, economically speaking, but it doesn't necessarily mean one single program. So I support the amendment to universal income security.
Okay, thanks very much. Do we have any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, I think we can proceed to a vote. Oh, Mary Love, sorry, go ahead.
It's just that if that were put in, the rest of the sentence doesn't really make as much sense because it's tied to what was originally there, which was universal basic income. If you just read it, you'll see what I mean, I think. I don't know what to suggest about it, but.
Okay. Leanne?
So on sober second thought, I think I can support, that's why I'm speaking twice, once I was against, once I'm in favor. I think I can support small letters, universal income security. And I do think it is important to keep those remaining words, will not deplete or replace any existing social safety nets. Otherwise, people will say, oh, look, they've just used different words. They didn't know any better. And they're prepared to, sell the farm to get it. So I think that I am, despite my objection to a universal basic income, I can live with the language of universal income security with the proviso that it's not depleting or replacing anything else. So contrary to my initial first blush reaction, I want to thank the person who suggested this amendment.
Thank you. Avril.
Yes, thanks everybody. I do appreciate the desire to be inclusive in the resolution, and I applaud the nature of the language in its carefully selected terms. I want people to, I guess, I recognize as well that that as these things evolve, that it could ultimately include a type of basic income strategy that doesn't, in fact, have to identify persons who see it as necessary. And that is my optimistic hope, but I am prepared to accept smaller steps toward that greater end. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, Mary Love, go ahead.
Sorry, I just put in the chat, what if the word programs were put after security, but not limited to universal income security programs that will not deplete or replace?
I think let's test that with the mover of the amendment to see if we can deem that a friendly amendment.
Yeah, I guess we tried really hard not to, can you hear me? Yes. We tried really hard not to be too prescriptive, because we understand there's a whole process that follows here. Basically, we're saying we want to work in allyship with people who are moving to support people to have minimum amount to survive, at least basket market rate, however that's done, and look at the taxation and monetary reform as parts of how we get there. So yes, fine. If that'll get it through, fine. But the important thing here is that we want those people who don't qualify for anything to finally not be at risk.
So just to clarify, you're accepting of the addition of programs as a friendly amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Lynn Grist, go ahead.
Actually, I just have a question. There are two other pieces in this be it resolved, and we've not had any discussion at all on what they mean at all. And I'm wondering, because there's lots of different positions on monetary reform and the Bank of Canada, there's lots of different positions on taxation, but we haven't had any of that discussion. I'm just asking why. That's it.
Okay. Are there any other interveners on this motion? Okay, seeing none, I think we can proceed to a vote on the amendment.
Thanks, Justine. The amendment removes the phrase "a universal basic income" and replaces it with "universal income security programs." Just as a note, as I read these, there are some numbers included in here that are references that the movers and submitters have included in there. I will not read those numbers, just for reference as to how this happens. So with that amendment, the resolution reads, therefore be it resolved that in line with our strategic plan and the Green New Deal guide, the Council of Canadians at the national, regional, chapter, and working group levels will establish a campaign to support poverty reduction allyship work, including but not limited to 1, universal income security programs that will not deplete or replace any social safety nets already functioning in the provinces and territories. 2, fair, equitable taxation, including taxes specific to the ultra wealthy. And 3, monetary reforms such as returning to the Bank of Canada for interest-free loans to finance long-term government investments. This work will be aimed at dismantling structural inequities that create and maintain the wealth gap, educating the public, and ultimately regulating extreme wealth accumulation to steward more equitable distribution of wealth. If you would like to vote in favor of this amendment, please use your green check mark.
Can I ask a question, please, on that?
Yes.
I have put in reactions and nothing comes up other than a thumbs up and a heart, and that's all.
So you want to make sure that, do you see the green check mark on your screen?
No, well, the green check mark is share screen.
On the bottom of your, so on the
share
bottom
screen. Yeah, I see the share screen, yes.
I'm just going to start from the beginning and helping you find that reaction.
Okay.
So we have two different versions of Zoom that folks are using, and it depends on the version that you're using. So if you have not upgraded your Zoom recently, you want to click on the participants icon, and a panel will pop out to the right of your screen, and you will see the green check mark or the X circle there. You see that?
Okay,
Excellent.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Frida. Thank you. For everyone else, you should be able to find it on the reactions icon, and that'll pop up a little option to find the green X mark, sorry, the green check mark and the red X there. So if you are in favor of this amendment as it appears on the screen and as read, please use your green check mark. Or if you are not in favor, please use your red circle with the X in the middle of it. If you are on the phone and would like to vote in favor of this amendment, please hit *9 now. See one from the phone in favor. If you are on the phone and would like to vote against this amendment, please hit *9 now. Seeing none, if you are on the phone and would like to abstain, or if you are on the computer and would like to abstain, please use the raised hand function. If you're on the phone, that's just hitting *9. Great, so I'll close in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 53 total in favor, including the phone, and 7 against, so the amendment as written passes. I'm just going to clear all of the feedback. So Avril, you may need to raise your hand again if you wanted to raise your hand.
Okay, so we're back onto the main resolution.
Sorry, Justine, pardon me. I had raised, I just quickly got my raised hand in there because I was waiting for you to call, Christina, again, how one was to abstain from that vote. And so it was my raised hand to abstain.
Thank you for that, Avril, for correcting me on that. Then we did have one abstention that we will record for that. I
and in
appreciate
part
it.
only because of being on the working group, I felt it important to abstain.
Yeah, thank you for that. And thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, thanks for that. I also will just note, I saw in the chat, there's been some indication that people feel as though their hands are not being recognized. I have a suspicion that perhaps some individuals have been putting either an applause sign or a thumbs up in lieu of a participant's hand. Those don't remain on my screen, so I actually can't call on you if that's what you're raising, just because they disappear right away, or almost right away. Again, participant's hand, depending on the version of Zoom you have, is either found under the reactions button, or if you click participants, it should be at the bottom of your participants list. I'm sorry for any confusion there. Okay, so we're now back to the main resolution as amended, and I see a hand from Roy Brady. Go ahead. Go ahead, Roy.
Oh, yeah. What was the vote there? I didn't catch it there, the vote on the amendment.
Christina, do you have those numbers?
Pam, do you have the numbers in the tally?
Yes.
Great.
Yes, I do. 87% voted in favor.
I didn't hear that. Pam?
There were 53 yes, 7 no.
Gotcha.
1
Thank you.
abstention. Yep. 87% voted yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. So back to the main resolution as amended. Any discussion points on the resolution as amended? I see Lynn Armstrong. Go ahead.
Oh, hi, thanks. I'm just concerned and would like to offer Wes Kmet the chance to speak. He has said in the chat that he's been trying to raise his hand. I know he was actively involved in this resolution. So could we give him a moment on the floor, please?
Sure. Thanks for drawing that to my attention. Okay, Wes, please go ahead.
Yes. Well, first of all, was the first one when Nita Grass spoke as the last person on the Fair Vote PR National Citizens Assembly resolution. I had my hand up 1 second after she finished her last word and was bypassed. So that's why I'm raising it. I tried, I don't know, about 5 different times during the discussion between the ones for and against. So so I'm glad that this has come to where it is. Obviously, there is some debate, but there obviously also has been debate by all kinds of people from all kinds of parties in support of either a universal or a basic income. So obviously there's another resolution further down on that, on the basic income. But I think it's I mean, I don't know exactly how staff and the board will look at this. They'll obviously take into account the various comments and all the rest of it. But I think we obviously have to make something work to make sure the people at the bottom end are secure. What we have done for 150 years is a crime. And obviously all the other work, and I point on the taxation part, there has been an incredible amount of people talking about the unfairness, the loopholes, the corporate escapes, on and on and on. That is almost a given. And I think that's maybe why there wasn't any discussion. Obviously, monetary reform, there has been also, you know, obviously the infrastructure bank talked about and has fallen off a little bit, but obviously they're still going to be, you know, pushing that, and the P3s and all of that kind of thing. So hopefully, I mean, I will agree to the security programs being as amended, but only, you know, sort of grudgingly, and that'll end it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Are there any points of discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, I think we can move to a vote on the resolution as amended. Thank you.
Thanks, Justine. Since this is a final vote, we'll use the polling. If you are on the computer, please know that your vote will only be tallied if you use the poll in front of you. If you are on the phone, I will call out the raised hand function, as you've heard previously. So this is resolution 2021-12. I'm pulling up the poll. I'm launching the poll. For those of you on the phone, if you would like to vote yes to the resolution as amended, please hit *9 now. Thank you for that. We have 2 on the phone in support. If you are on the phone and would like to vote no against the resolution, please hit *9 now. Seeing none, if you are on the phone and would like to abstain, please hit *9 now. Thank you. I will close the poll in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Closing the poll, sharing the results. 68 from the poll voted yes, including plus the 2 on the phone. That's 70 in full in support, and the resolution passes as amended.
Okay, thanks very much. We'll now move on to resolution shut down coal, which reads, therefore be it resolved that the council learn from the successful Alberta Beyond Coal initiative and also address thermal coal operations and exports by campaigning across Canada to shut down all coal-powered electricity generating operations. That is moved by the Board of Directors. Do we have a seconder for that resolution?
John, I'll second that.
Thank you.
And I'll motivate it as well. So, as some of you may have noticed in the fundraising letter we sent out on the coal campaign, I noted that I come from a generations and generations of coal miners in the north of England. You know, my grandfather had his skull fractured, in one injury, his foot shattered and crushed in another injury. There was a century ago 1 million men like him underground in the United Kingdom digging out coal. That was the thing that drove the industrial revolution. And We'll note that the board has actually done a friendly amendment to take out the word thermal, so that we're talking about all coal, because I'll come to this in a moment. So we've had an incredibly successful campaign in taking on this issue in Alberta, in the Rockies, and we've talked about that earlier on. What we want to do now is to take the lessons from that campaign and that alliance building and turn our mind to the rest of coal. The issue of generating and using coal to generate electricity is one of the biggest CO2 emitters in 4 provinces right now. Alberta, Saskatchewan, Alberta's got tar sands, but Saskatchewan, Nova Scotia, and New Brunswick. Huge CO2 emitters that have to be shut down. There was 2 years ago or 3 years ago, a national task force on just transition on coal workers and coal communities that included Lois Corbett from New Brunswick, one of Canada's top environmental leaders, and Hassan Youssef from the Canadian Labour Congress, to go into those communities and say, how do we move to low carbon? What happens? And we know that if you tell people that their town is going to become a ghost town, for the better public good, people will say, no, I'm going to vote for Donald Trump or Jason Kenney. If you tell people that your options coming out of this is to flip hamburgers at minimum wage, they're going to say, no, I'll fight like hell to keep on to these jobs. We do have a strategy on just transition. But what this resolution calls for is us being part of a conscious campaign to really go and shut down thermal generation coal use. Now the Liberal government says they're going to shut down the thermal mining of coal, but we've got to make sure we're talking about the thermal generation of coal use. We've seen amazing examples with some of our friends in New York, Climate Jobs New York, who've done a huge just transition program, having a massive offshore wind program instead. So I'm just going to say that's why we're supporting this resolution.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on this resolution? Susan.
Thank you. I always forget who said this. I think it was David Suzuki, but lots of people have framed the issue in this way, which is transition is inevitable and justice is not, right? So we know that at some point we're moving away from coal, but if organizations like us, like the Council of Canadians, isn't in the lead, then workers and communities are going to be left behind. So we need to find a way to shut down coal, to do it fairly, and the quicker we can do it, the better. From a personal perspective, and this sounds a little silly, but I live in Ontario, and sorry, I just have to shut the door because there are planes coming over there. I live in Ontario, and every summer I go to Nova Scotia, and I have a plug-in hybrid car. And in Nova Scotia, I'm always really concerned about whether I should plug my car in or not, because am I getting dirty electricity to charge my car? And which is better, coal or use gasoline? So I will be voting in favor of this resolution and look forward to hopefully everybody else and to the council being able to implement this. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Josephine.
Hi. Yeah, I would like to say thermal coal is by 2023, the Alberta government said it's going to finish that, but they're still waiting and hoping for metallurgical coal. But Minister Wilkinson has said the Grassy Mountain is finished. No more projects on the Grassy Mountain. And we asked for all the coal mines, not just thermal, to be shut down. And I think we can just push him into the direction, like he's saying, yeah, each industry that already paid or whatever, already got the coal mines, they each individually have to be addressed. And that's how they get it faster under control, that the coal mines are getting shut. And we just have to keep telling Minister Wilkinson all coal mines should be eliminated. Whatever, even if it's not burned here, it's going to get burned in China, whatever, and it's still going to be, yeah, CO2 in the world. We're sharing that air. That's it. So I just wondered why the thermal is crossed out. And then you guys are talking about thermal coal only. It seems to be, it's red and it's crossed out on my computer. So that
Can I
was my confusion.
Yeah, can I explain that, Joseph?
Go ahead,
Justine?
John.
Yeah, so we had originally put in thermal because of the connection to burning, but by crossing it out, we're talking about all coal operations should be
Okay,
shut down,
great.
metallurgical as well as thermal. That's what the crossout means. It
Very
includes both.
lovely. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks everyone. Seeing no further hands, I think we can proceed to a vote on the resolution.
Thanks, Justine. I will read the resolution as it is on the screen. Therefore, be it resolved that the council learn from the successful Alberta Beyond Coal initiative and also address coal operations and exports by campaigning across Canada to shut down all coal-powered electricity generating operations. This is resolution 2021-13. I'll bring up the poll. I'm launching the poll. Those on the computer who have access to the poll can go ahead and vote. I'm going to clear reactions from the participants list. If you are on the phone and would like to vote yes on this resolution, please hit *9 now. We have one vote from the phone in favor. If you are on the phone and would like to vote no on this resolution, please hit *9 now. Seeing none, if you are on the phone and would like to abstain from this resolution, please hit *9 now. I'll close the vote in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm ending polling and sharing results with 75 on the poll and 1 on the phone in favor. The resolution passes.
Okay, thanks very much. We'll go to our next prioritized resolution, which is guaranteed annual income to maintain a fair and equitable standard of living for all Canadians. And it reads, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of Canadians undertake to actively support, promote, and engage in a campaign for a guaranteed annual income to maintain a fair and equitable standard of living for all Canadians. Sorry, do we have a seconder for that resolution? I needed to ask that. Marilyn Hay seconds that resolution. Thank you. And then do we have a motivator, either Ronnie Slingrist or Jason Blockus?
I suppose I could speak to it.
Yes, please go ahead. Thanks.
Although, you know, in light of the discussion, that's the lengthy discussion on the poverty and wealth gap reduction campaign resolution item, I don't know that there's anything more that need be said. You know, it seems that everybody has a pretty good idea of what universal basic income is, and it seems that lots of people have a pretty clear opinion in terms of whether to support it or not. So basic income is an unconditional cash transfer from government to individuals to enable everyone to meet their basic needs, to participate in society and live with dignity, regardless of work status. That comes from the Basic Income Network. So I could speak at length, but I'm tired, and I think this could go to a vote without going into another lengthy discussion.
Okay, thanks very much. We'll move into discussion. I see David Dirks. Go ahead.
Sorry, the hand should have gone down. I just put it up to second.
Apologies. We'll move to Ron East.
Thank you. I just want to mention a few things about, and it's a guaranteed annual income and not necessarily universal basic income, so they're a little bit different. I'd just like to mention that there have been 400 pilot projects around the world on a basic income, all of which have had positive outcomes. So it's been tested over and over again. Some of our allies are the Ontario Basic Income Network, the Coalition Canada, Canadian Federation of University Women, Canadian Centre for Economic Analysis, the Anglican and Lutheran Diocese of Canada, and the United Church of Canada. Also, the NDP since April 2021 are in support of it, and the Green Party is in support of it. Over 70 backbenchers from the Liberal Party are also in support of it. And Hugh Siegel, who was a tireless proponent of a universal income, is one of our motivators. And Senator Kim Pate is also very much in favor of a guaranteed annual income. So there is a great deal of support for initiating this. And I want to mention also, this is focused specifically on the poor and young people, especially young people who are in a transition, who are in a situation where they're coming out of school, they're in debt, they get caught in the precarious work environment. They can't get out of it. They have to keep 2 or 3 part-time jobs going. They have no benefits. We have to realize that the social welfare system only covers about 30% of the workforce. So the point of this is to provide some security for both young people and the poor.
Okay, thank you. Next, I see Donovan Campbell.
What would be the real difference between the universal basic income and the general and the, what's the other, I mean, the difference between both incomes? Because I tend to see them as the same.
Would the mover like to respond?
I can respond.
Sure.
Basically, a universal income is everybody gets it. And then the idea is if you're earn over a certain amount of money, then it's taxed back. So it becomes revenue neutral. A guaranteed annual income is targeted for those people who are in need and is not necessarily universal. So a lot of the problems with a universal income is that basically everybody gets it, whether you need it or not. It just, this way it's a little more targeted.
So this income then would be like a top up. Is that what you're saying?
A top up of what?
A top up for those that are making less money.
Yeah, it's to provide a basic income which provides a level of security, and it is guaranteed. So it provides you with the security. In other words, you can pay next month's rent. You know the money will be there. You're not in the precariat where you may work 20 hours and the next month you may work 10. You know, so. And there's a huge number of people caught in that kind of situation, especially young people.
I think I understand what you're saying.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. We'll move on to Leanne McMillan.
I wasn't going to speak because I agreed with the first speaker that said, well, we don't need to hear any more of this. And then we had a second eloquent person in favor of it. So I didn't want you to think that I'd gone away. I think that many ways that we could help young people, including free tuition, including job training programs, including a Green New Deal that would provide all young people all kinds of opportunity, paid and otherwise. I just don't think that the basic income, annual income, guaranteed annual income, annual program, however you want to talk about it, it's it's not going to do what we want, and we're still going to have to do the heavy lifting of trying to transform this economy into a democratic economy that puts people before profits and puts people and the environment. So that's all I wanted to say. I'll still support Council of Canadians even if this passes, despite my voting against it.
Okay, thank you. Lynn Grist, please go ahead.
I want to say that I actually, and I'm one of the people who moved this, that I do actually support what the last speaker said. You're right, it's not going to be, this is not going to actually get us the equitable society that we really need. But that doesn't mean to say that we can't do two things at once. There are a lot of people who, it's not that they're going to get a top up, they have actually no income coming in. And they need to buy food and they need to put a roof over their head. At the same time, I think the earlier, excuse me, the earlier resolution, which talked about tackling the really structural inequities, is really, really important too. I'm just worried that while we're figuring out how to do the structural inequities, that there are people who are going to bed hungry. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Susan.
Thank you. You know, the ideal of this is a positive one. I do think that having approved the previous resolution with the amendments that were made, that we do run the risk of being slightly contradictory if we were to pass this resolution. One of the real challenges that I see is that this not only does not include the other, the other elements of dealing with the power imbalance by looking at the tax system, by looking at some monetary reform that takes some profit out of the monetary reform. But this also doesn't protect, as the language did in the other one, about some kind of offsetting program or service takeaways as a result of, adding some income here. So, if this is about something like the EI and the CERB and everything like that, that's one thing, but I don't see that in there, and I think this could be problematic. So I will be voting against it.
Okay, Avril.
Thank you then. I actually, maybe this is going to sound surprising, but I am going to vote in favor of this motion, even though in the previous discussion, I actually am more in favor of a different kind of system. And my primary reasons are that, first off, I don't believe that this motion actually contravenes the previous one or in any way, is seen as contrary to it, only because this motion is asking for an actual campaign. A campaign for a guaranteed annual income. The previous motion was asking for allyship, and that's different. This campaign could take place alongside the other types of activities that ally with other active groups and so on. So that's one reason. The second reason that really concerns me is the ways in which the federal and provincial governments often are at odds with one another, and that they then use that as a means to get out of actually doing anything. And, so when the Council of Canadians, and I really underscore this notion of Canadians, we are all in this together as persons across this nation and the many unceded and ceded territories of Indigenous persons. We are all in this together. And I think if we can, as a council, come in support of those who are less advantaged, that we show that we are above this petty fight between provinces and the federal government. And I'm speaking to you now as an Albertan, which I find it just appalling. And I think that this can then make it known across this land that we are only as good and as strong as the persons who are most vulnerable in our society. And when we support them, we support everyone. So I still feel that this can go forward even while the other goes forward in an allyship way. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I'm seeing no more hands to make an intervention, so I think we can proceed to a vote on this resolution.
Thanks, Justine. I will read the resolution as it is currently on the screen. It reads, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of Canadians undertake to actively support, promote, and engage in a campaign for a guaranteed annual income to maintain a fair and equitable standard of living for all Canadians. This is resolution 2021-14. I will bring up the poll. I'm launching the poll. If you are on the phone and would like to vote yes on this resolution, please hit *9 now. Just one more moment. There's one vote from the phone in favor. If you are on the phone and would like to vote no, please hit *9 now.
In that one, right? No.
Seeing none, if you are on the phone and would like to abstain, please hit *9 now. Seeing none, and I'm just looking at the text. That third one should say abstain. My apologies on the poll. Yes, no, and abstain there at the bottom, which says pass right now. My apologies. But I will go ahead and end polling in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm ending the poll and sharing results with 49 on the poll and 1 on the phone in favor. The resolution passes as on the screen.
Okay, thanks very much. We have unfortunately exhausted the time set aside for resolutions consideration at this AMM. I do want to assure everyone that put a lot of work into these resolutions, that they are appreciated and that they will be referred to the board of directors so they don't, die here today despite not being addressed in this forum. They will be addressed by the board. And we do thank everyone for participating in the resolutions town hall and the prioritization process this year. So thank you so much, and I will turn it back to John, I suppose.
Thanks, Justine, and I just really want to thank you for your work on this. People may or may not know before or when Justine came on to our board, she was the chair of the Canadian Federation of Students and has had a lot of experience in overseeing resolutions and conventions far wilder and woollier than we've provided her today, but just really great leadership on that. Thank you. And Justine is stepping off our board, but her and I are going to have a further conversation about how we involve the student movement with our Council of Canadians, what kind of connections we can make all across this country, because it's such an important relationship. Thanks again, Justine. And again, also thank you those who crafted resolutions, spent time thinking about them and bringing them to this meeting. I really think it helped to have that separate town hall to talk about the resolutions. People could really, flush out some of the thinking behind that. And it made, even though we try to add extra time today, we know we can't get to everything. Anita, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, I'm just wondering whether the resolutions committee discussed how to report back to the membership once the board has had a chance to review it. Thank you.
Justine, do you have an answer for that?
Yeah, actually, we hadn't discussed that explicitly yet, though I believe that the follow-up on resolutions is actually included in the description that we put out this year in the call for resolutions on how we would, or how not us, but how staff of the council would communicate with resolution submitters, depending on what happened with those resolutions. So I think, I don't have that in front of me, but on the call for resolutions, it does detail kind of the follow-up steps that would take place.
Yeah.
Okay, so sorry. I just don't want it to get lost, because in the past we have had some issues with the membership not knowing what has happened to the resolutions afterwards. Thank you.
Good. Thanks for raising that, Nita. And that is an important part that is coming out of the chapter task force, is making sure that chapter activists see and members see what the disposal of those resolutions is. Now we're moving to the next item on the agenda, which is the report of the nominating committee. And I'm going to ask Diva Marcelino, the chair of that committee, to make the report.
Thanks, John. Good afternoon, everyone. For those in the East, good afternoon, or good early evening to those, sorry, I got it backwards. Good afternoon to those in the West. Good early evening to those in the East. I'm Diva Marcelino. I'm calling from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Treaty 1 territory, located on the original lands of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Oji-Cree, Dakota, Dene peoples, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. I was tasked to be the chair of the nominating committee, alongside with my member, Morna Ballandine. First, I'd like to thank the work of this committee and also the work of the support of this committee. I'd like to thank Jeanette, our governance and admin officer, and also Christina Warner, our interim co-executive director and director of campaigns and organizing. First off, the nominating committee's main task is to recruit diverse and experienced candidates and to vet them for the eligibility. Since the candidates, since the committee's creation was created on the 28th of April, and the council members package was due on the May 28th, this only gave us 30 days to complete this process. Also, last year, the nominating committee of 2020 also concluded that the period of time was insufficient, and I quote, the period of time was insufficient to carry out a meaningful outreach strategy to recruit individuals. So informed by these experiences, our committee and those of the previous nominating committee, one of the first things that we were discussing about the process of this nominating committee and the work of it is to establish the nominating committee to be one that is a standing committee. And this was agreed by the board in a May 31 board meeting. One of the things that we also looked at in the work of this committee was to look at a previous resolution that was adopted on August 20, 2020, just last year, entitled the Council and Systemic Racism. One of the key commitments set out in this resolution was to ensure the continuous recruitment of and engagement with Indigenous peoples, Black people, and people of color to our staff, board, membership, and chapters. So one of the second topics of this committee that we were recommending was that all bylaws, policies, and practices related to the recruitment process, vetting, and elections of board candidates be reviewed by the Standing Nominating Committee to identify any barriers to achieving this directive. This is also in line with the 2020 Nominating Committee's recommendation number 1, which tasked the board to examine all policies and procedures within our organizational structure with the objective of limiting barriers to the full participation of equity-seeking groups. Just to review, if you've received your packages and reviewed them, there was an acclamation notice, given that there are 8 seats and 5 candidates that were vetted by the committee. The 5 individuals are acclaimed to the board for 2 years, and for council bylaws, the 3 vacant seats will be referred to the incoming board of directors to fill. Before I ask for any questions, I believe that Christina also wants to add some notes about the regional elections.
Thank you, Diwa, for a little bit of the time. As you all know, the Council of Canadians Board of Directors includes 4 seats that are elected and the individuals elected in those seats are elected by members in the region. So we have an Atlantic Regional Representative, that's Marilyn Ketty. David Condon is the regional representative for the Prairies Northwest Territories. They are both in the middle of their terms. However, we are thanking and saying goodbye to Ron East from the Ontario-Quebec region and Lynn Armstrong from the Pacific region. Both of those, thank you for the work that you've done. It's been tremendous in supporting the chapters as well as in supporting this organization and moving through the transitions we've been going to. So a sincere thank you for what you continue to do. And we're glad you're still around through the chapter base, really. That means that the Ontario-Quebec region and the Pacific region went through election opportunities to elect new individuals into those boards. The Ontario-Quebec region had one candidate, Marilyn Hay, who we've heard from already today. She's the co-chair of the Kitchener-Waterloo chapter and is acclaimed and confirmed into that seat for the following 2 years. And I think I speak for a lot of people to say I think we're pretty thrilled to be working with Marilyn in the coming future. I see you, Marilyn. Do you want to say anything real quick? Oh, I know your audio is there, so I'll give you some time. In the meantime, I will say
I'm just looking forward to working with all of you. I'm really excited about the opportunity. I'm very grateful to my chapter for the nomination.
Yeah. Thanks, Marilyn, and seconding the thanks for the chapter for the nomination. Unfortunately, we did not have anyone run in the Pacific region. After we did not receive a name by the deadline, we extended it for a couple of weeks to June 2nd, and we are grateful to Marilyn and David for doing a little bit of recruitment in that region as well. Unfortunately, we also did not receive a name or someone coming forward by this extended resolution as well. So according to the Council of Canadian Bylaws, that will go to a by-election in the region, but that will be managed as a vacancy by the incoming Board of Directors as well. So we do intend to fill that seat, but just an update that there will be another by-election and run in the Pacific region in the coming months. So thanks for that, and thanks for that time, Deepa.
Thanks, Christina. So just in conclusion, the work of the committee, although we were able to find nominees and talk to them, we did find that the time allotted for this committee to do its work could have been extended. And we believe that making this committee a standing one and really adhering to our principles in finding candidates that are representative of the makeup of Canadian society is an ongoing job that a standing committee would have better results in getting that done, that directive done. The committee is open to receiving any questions or comments.
Thanks, Deepa. Is there any questions of either Deepa or Christina? Ron, and then Avril.
Thank you. I understand that there have been some people who have put themselves forward as nominees for the board. Are we going to find out who they are, or is that somehow not available, or what's the situation with the 5 people who are actually?
Could you please read their names out, Deepa? Do you have that?
Sure. So the 5 people who were claimed, one second. So the candidates that were the 5 people who are Nita Grass, Joe Mihevc, Navjeet Sidhu, Dee Sly, and Stephen Staples. You should have received this in one of the board packages.
And those are all board members returning to
that's correct.
To serve another term. Okay. Avril, then Carol.
Thank you so much for your report, Deepa. And in that report, you mentioned the possibility of the nominations committee becoming a standing one. I understand probably from the way most organizations work that this would require a bylaw change, which in fact would probably then require notice of motion to a subsequent AMM. But if I could just encourage the board and the staff to consider that as a possibility for next year's AMM, a standing committee that is constantly helping to rejuvenate the board is, I think, a really desirable goal of the Council of Canadians.
Thanks, Avril. In fact, we're able to implement that through a board decision and don't need a full bylaw change for that. I have Carol followed by Rod, I should say. Carol?
Hi, everyone. I really commend the idea from the nominations committee to make that committee a standing committee. As someone who served on the nominating committee last year and helped sort of shape some of the new processes that we were going through, I could see the merit of having a standing committee because it does take time. I think that that's an excellent idea, and I'm very happy to hear that the board has approved that. So thank you, and thank you for the work of the nominating committee, because I know that it is a fair bit of work.
Thanks. Rod Olstad?
Yes, thank you, John. Well, did I hear correctly that that BC does not, or that the Pacific area does not have a nomination for their regional representative to the board?
Christina?
Yeah, that's correct, Rod.
You know,
and there will be a by-election.
There will be a by-election. I mean,
in the fall, yes.
Yeah, in the fall. Well, I mean, I'm just wondering, I mean, is that a sign of some worrisome or you know, of some weaknesses in the chapters in BC? Like, what's I wonder what's going on. That's, I mean, this same thing could happen to us. I mean, to the prairie regions, and but you know, I feel a little half-cocked about bringing this up, but it's kind of been at the back of my mind that, you know, I kind of wonder how viable our chapters are across the country. And I don't know if this is the time to bring that up, but, and I guess I think it is. And I'm just wondering, you know, is this a sign of the viability of some of our chapters? You know, if there's an absence, you know, and I, you know, it's not a blaming, I'm not blaming, but I'm just wondering if there needs to be a discussion about that, you know, or if there's, like, what is your sense as the chair, you know, of the viability of our chapters? Is that I'm just curious to know that.
I'm actually going to ask Christina, because she's overseen. I have not been able to, you know, for a variety of reasons, come to the West since I've taken over chair. I've been fortunate to go to Atlantic Canada, meet with the chapters. But because of COVID and my own work responsibilities, I've not been able to do that. I am actually retiring any minute now from my full-time work, so I'm going to be able to help, you know, perhaps reach out a little bit more directly. But staff have been, you know, working with chapters and activists across there. So I don't know if Christina want, but I see a whole number of hands up: Marilyn, Lynn, and another Marilyn.
Yeah, I'm pretty interested in hearing what folks who have their hands up, so I'll be quick. One is that during the chapter task force, we did get to start having some of these conversations. So some of the recommendations within the report there are intended to continue to support that. And I would point explicitly to the online community, the rewriting of the chapter handbook, and making sure folks have access to membership lists is 3 of the recommendations that you might review as really strengthening and supporting chapters. I would say that I would want to have a conversation with the Pacific regions and hear how they want to name that for themselves as well about their specific situation. But of course, we can have these conversations through a number of channels, including through ongoing strategic planning processes. So that's what I'll say at the beginning, but I'm conscious that other chapter members also want to speak to this, and that's a really valuable reflection back.
Just a real quick thing, just to, you know, the reason I bring it up too is that I'm not sure that this kind of a conversation was really part of the chapter task force, which I always kind of thought, isn't something missing here? And so I'd be interested in hearing. I'd definitely be interested in hearing other people's opinions and the opinions of people who are particularly on the chapter task force.
Okay, we got 4 speakers. We have got about 15 minutes left, so I'm just asking people to be brief. I see first Marilyn Hay and then Lynn Armstrong. Marilyn?
Yes, I think there is legitimate concern about the need for a discussion on this. I know in Ontario, we've got some chapters that are struggling. I think there's a lot of reasons for that. I'm not going to list them all today, but as you know, I think there is issues, and part of it is that I think people have been doing such good work for so many years, they're exhausted. And part of this is a recruitment issue and having to bring in more people as well, so that we're relying on the people who've been doing the work for years. And in that, I just also wanted to thank Ron for his wonderful representation of us in Ontario. We're very grateful.
Thanks. Lynn Armstrong, followed by Ann.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yes, so I have been the Pacific rep for the last almost 2 years. and during this time, we have actually had 4 chapters close. My own chapter, where I was chair for the last few years, actually folded when I moved away, and I moved involuntarily. My rented home was sold, and I had to move. So I gave notice to my chapter that I was stepping down as chair. I was moving away, and there was no one willing or able to take over that role of chair. And the vote was to actually fold our chapter effective May 31st. I personally reached out to quite a few people that I know in the Pacific region, and others did too. So it was not a matter of not approaching quite a few activists. And there are loads of social justice activists in BC and in the Pacific region. And so I'm glad that this has come up here. And I totally agree that there is a need for some kind of extra support reaching out from the national office to the Pacific region. Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Thanks. Ann Paul, followed by Marilyn Ketty.
I'd like to let Marilyn go first. Is that okay?
Sure. Marilyn?
Yeah, okay. Just one comment is that, the chapter task force, just to add to what Christina said about the chapter task force, we, the entire work of the task force was focused on input from chapters, including the input from chapters on what our priorities should be in terms of what we dealt with. There is, we did recognize that there across the country, there's a whole range of chapters that are some more active than others, and there's a need to really develop that chapter base. I also think, as a chapter activist, there are so many issues that chapters are called upon to deal with, and that we genuinely see happening in our communities and want to be active around. And at least in my own chapter, I'm in the South Shore chapter in Nova Scotia, we have been increasingly working with allies. And I think that perhaps for some people who have been activists in the Council of Canadians, it's a real shift in how you work when you start working more and more with allies. Like, the Council of Canadians is not necessarily the lead organization, and working in coalitions is a very hard job, and it's very time consuming, but in my opinion, extremely important in order for us to build the kind of grassroots movement that we need in this country right now. So, I think, Rod, it is an important question that you're raising, and we maybe should have another look at or make suggestions around what the role of regional organizers is too. And, they're called upon to work on campaigns. They're called upon to do, or support for chapters and organizing chapters. And what should the priority for them be in all of that? In the long run, should our priority be having more chapters, active chapters? So it's a difficult there are a lot of layers to the question that you're raising, and Lynn's situation is that could happen to any of us. someone steps back and no one really wants to take on the role of chair. And, I just, before this call today, there was a young woman who was an activist in St. John who stepped back from that chapter, who was on Facebook today saying, I'm coming back to the Council of Canadians. So, there are all kinds of different things. And there we've got Ann Pohl, who did the same thing. And now she's back, having organized a chapter in Ontario. So it's a moving feast in a way, but we need to keep it top of mind because we desperately need strong chapters all over this country.
Thanks, Marilyn. Anne?
Oh, I could say a whole lot on this subject. I'm going to just try to touch a couple things, though. Anybody who's been a member of the council, a member of a chapter or on the board for more than a couple of years knows me, knows I left really unhappy with the way the council was. And it seems that most of the people that I meet now are quite happy to see me come back. So if I'm going to put a mark on the changes that needed to happen that caused me to leave, I would, and where they're at now, I would give it somewhere around a B as a midterm mark. But I'm really concerned that there's not enough work done yet to change the culture of the organization. I understand it's in transition. I think it would be great to have some kind of dialogue on this, perhaps just between chapter members who want to talk and any board members who want to be part of that conversation. Might be a good place to start, just an open discussion on Zoom, not even recorded, but just a frank conversation where people say their points of view. Every organization, I've been an activist since I was 9 years old, and John knows that I've been an activist for a long time because he and I worked together on a lot of stuff back in the 90s in particular. But any organization that I've ever belonged to that had a lot of volunteer labor in it and paid staff, there have been issues in terms of whose agenda becomes dominant in the organization and how it manifests. And who ends up doing all the work or doesn't, or the work that doesn't get done. And I think these are probably some of the issues that the chapter task force didn't actually delve into too much, because they really have a lot to do with the culture of the organization and the internal workings of it. So I just think I'm glad to be back, because there isn't another organization like this. I got dared into coming back and starting up a chapter by an activist from another chapter in another region. You know, it's like, well, why don't you just go ahead and start up a chapter? And I'm glad that that happened. I've been particularly frustrated with the way things worked out with the resolution process, with our resolution, because I really feel that we weren't given adequate, proper information. And I also felt that stuff that got said was misguided and untrue. But, you know, I'm still here. So I definitely think this is conversation that needs to happen if we're going to make that real leap into the transition of the next stage of what the Council of Canadians is.
Rod, and the last word goes to Anita Grass.
Yeah, I started to put together kind of a motion that might kind of look at some of these questions and kind of address this issue. So, and I resisted because I thought, you know, we had this chapter task force and you guys did, you know, the task force did a lot of work, and I didn't want to seem like I was stepping on anybody's toes. But I think I will continue, you know, I'll put together a motion and for what it's worth. And I believe there needs to be a sense that there does need to be a discussion about some of these deeper issues, and, you know, a congenial and respectful conversation, and also one that's based on you know, a sober kind of look at where we are really at, and hopefully where we can go. So
thanks. Last words, Anita.
Okay. I was undecided whether to seek another 2-year term. Basically, I was on the computer on the last night 3 hours away from midnight. And not mentioning any names, there was 2 other people who were seeking assistance with their nominations as well. One of the things is that it's a fairly new process. And basically, if somebody is sitting at home waiting for somebody to nominate them, it's not going to come. Truthfully, it is. So basically, knowing that you can self-nominate and then get your endorsers and put in your application. One of the things that Gary John had told me when he, a couple of years back, when he phoned to ask me to run as a candidate, I was a silent member at that point. I had just come out of working under the Harper government and then basically had not participated in any activities for a while. So having that phone call come in and then asking me to run as a candidate, and basically I would have never would have thought, being like a member over 20 years, that that I had that opportunity. It just didn't occur to me. So basically what he told me is that when you're no longer able to be on the board, find your replacement. So basically at the 11th hour, like putting in my application, I had not done that. So basically I said, like, I have not found my replacement. So I had to step back in and then come back for another 2 years. That's basically what happened. And the other thing is that I know we've had a lot of disagreements in the past. And then one of my favorite quotes that an elder told me once is that, like, don't try to hold back the river because it's impossible. So basically letting go of the past and moving forward is the only way. Like, we're in a struggle together, and then, like, if we don't need to be head to head against each other, we need to move forward together. Thank you, and I'm happy to be here for another 2 years.
Well, thank you so much, Nita, because I think you've expressed what I was going to say in conclusion. And that is, we are making this path by walking and taking care. There's not that many across this world organizations that wave their flag proudly as, a national, representing a national perspective from a progressive side. And sadly, so many places in this world, those who are proud of their country have been dragged into a space of, division and xenophobia and other things. And we really need to take care at this organization. We did talk about, or I spoke earlier on about our obligation for generational, reaching to newer generations of activists. And I think that's in front of us. So friends, we've come to the end of this program. I want to thank you all for participating in every different way that you have. But I want to spend a moment thanking the staff, because Zoom is a fascinating concept, but believe me, I've seen things where it's turned into a nightmare through technology or through all of us trying to figure out this stuff. So Jeanette Mongawier, she's helped quarterback and took responsibility from the AMM right from the very beginning. Pam Woolridge has put up the website, administered the resolutions. Carl Stewart's was actually stepped up to be ombudsperson if we needed that. Registration, membership enrollment, AJ Klein moderating, and along with Angela Giles, Chris Krzyzewski, and VBU moderating and troubleshooting for this whole time. Of course, Ravi and Christina for doing that. Diwa for winning the CUTE award. I see he got one of his apprentices on his knee in the struggle. And again, also the all of those who've been part of the board and continue to support all of those who are putting your time and effort into leading your chapters. Those of you who aren't involved in chapters but are involved in campaigns in their own rights and the coalition work that people have talked about today. it's so important. So thank you so much. Hope you all have a good rest of this day, and we will see you in the struggle. Thanks for joining us today. Take care.
Thank you,
Thank you, everybody.
everyone.